Good afternoon to you and welcome to the live proceedings of the National Assembly on this 24th day of August. The year is 2023. A broadcast brought to you by the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in collaboration with the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. This particular broadcast is equally live, courtesy of our YouTube channels, that is on Parliament of Kenya, as well as on KBC Channel 1 on YouTube. And to just take you through the highlights in the order of business this afternoon, before the House commences business, there is a couple of agenda to be considered by the National Assembly this afternoon, given priority in the order paper this particular day, when the House, upon the conclusion of business this evening, is set to commence on recess for about a month. But that notwithstanding, the report of the Kenya delegation to the 146th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, APU, and related meetings held in the Kingdom of Bahrain is a motion set to be considered by the House this afternoon. Actually, the National Assembly will be resuming debate on this particular motion with about a balance of 2 hours. The House is set to consider the sugar bill. This is National Assembly Bills number 34 of the year 2022. This particular bill is by Honorable Member for Navaholo, Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe. After consideration of this particular bill, whose debate has a balance of about 2 hours, the House will then sort of retreat, though in the House, into the Committee of the Whole, where they will be considering the sugar bill and the proposals therein. Equally, this afternoon, the National Assembly is also set to consider the report of the Fourth Assembly of the Eastern Africa Parliamentary Alliance on the matters food security and nutrition, held in Kigali in Rwanda. This particular motion is spearheaded by the chairperson of this particular caucus, seeking to have the House note the report of the Kenya delegation to the 4th General Assembly of the Eastern Africa Parliamentary Alliance on matters food security and nutrition. This particular assembly was held in Kigali in Rwanda from the 7th to the 9th of December 2022. The caucus laid its report on the 11th of April 2023. It appears that this afternoon there is a lot of motions for consideration by members, as members are also set to consider the report on the inspection of various one-stop border posts in the Northern Corridor in the East African Community region. This particular motion is by the Chairperson Select Committee on Matters Regional Integration, seeking to have the House adopt the report of the Select Committee on Regional Integration on its inspection of various one-stop border posts in the Northern Corridor in the East African Community. The committee laid its report on the table on Wednesday, 5th of July. The year is 2023. The report on employment diversity audits in public institutions is equally another motion that is lined up for debate by members this afternoon. This particular motion is by the chairperson, Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity, that this House adopts the first report of the Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity on matters employment diversity audit in public institutions. And this particular report was laid on the table of the House on the 6th of July, the year being 2023. The House is also set to consider the probable loss of investments in Cyton High Yield Solution Platform. This is a motion that will be spearheaded by the Chairperson Public Petitions Committee. that the House adopts the report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of a public petition number 7 of the year 2022, regarding probable loss of investments in site on high-yield solution platform. This particular committee equally laid its report on the 4th of May, the year being 2023. The Statute Laws Miscellaneous Amendment Bill, Bill number 60 of the year 2022, is another bill currently at the second stage. This particular bill is by the leader of the majority party, and we expect members of the National Assembly to sort of make their contributions in regards to the proposals in that particular bill. The House is this evening set to commence on a 1-month period recess from the 25th of August to the 25th of September 2023. That passed on to the provisions of Standing Orders number 28, subsection 3, relating to the calendar of the National Assembly, and the resolutions of the House on 15th of February 2023 and Thursday 17th of August 2023. The Speaker notifies that upon the rise of the House at the appointed time today, regular sittings of the National Assembly will resume on the 26th of September, the year being 2023, at 2:30. We expect the House for the question to be put, and members of the National Assembly to sort of agree or disagree with that particular proposal. But as it stands, and according to the calendar of the House is set to commence on a 1-month long period recess. This afternoon, business of the National Assembly is being presided over by the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Gladys Boss.
Who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the officers of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. We beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. I direct that the bell be rung for a further 10 minutes.
The Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Gladys Boss, currently presiding over the business of the National Assembly this afternoon, has directed the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes, and this particular directive is guided by the standing orders of the House, and this particular directive seeks to have sort of give leeway for members of the National Assembly who are yet to make their way into the chamber this afternoon to do exactly that, to allow the House raise the requisite quorum. According to the standing orders of the 13th Parliament, at least 13 members of the National Assembly are supposed to be in the chamber at any particular time when the House is sort of transacting business. And as we await for that particular number to be achieved, allow me to sort of take you through the order paper this afternoon that has lots of motions as well as a consideration of the sugar bill. And the highlight of this particular sitting this afternoon is the commencement of the recess for members of the National Assembly that is set to commence upon the rise of the House this afternoon or evening rather to the 25th of September 2023. And the business of the National Assembly will then resume on the 26th of September, the year is 2023, at 2:30 p.m. Lined up for consideration when the House resumes from recess is a lot of motions, as well as the consideration of the Statute Laws Amendment Bill. This is National Assembly Bills number 60 of the year 2023. That is if the House will not have concluded on the consideration of this particular bill. According to the signals from the Sergeant at Arms, the House has raised the requisite quorum. Allow me to hand you over so you can equally follow up on these live proceedings of the National Assembly. Enjoy your viewing and good afternoon.
I think we can begin. Yeah.
I can use yours. Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation of members of Parliament from the United Kingdom Parliament seated at the Speaker's row. The delegation comprises of the Honorable Miss Maggie Thorpe, MP, House of Commons. The Honorable Miss Baroness Judith Jolly, House of Lords. The delegation is accompanied by 2 senior parliamentary advocacy advisors and officials of the Kenya AIDS NGO Consortium. Honorable members, the delegation is in the country on a benchmarking visit aimed at, amongst other things, sharing knowledge and experiences with their counterparts, particularly members of the Departmental Committee on Health and the Parliamentary Caucus on Tuberculosis. Honorable members, on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to the Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements during their stay in the country. Welcome and thank you. I think I will allow the chairperson for the Health Committee to welcome them.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Health Committee, as I was not there in the morning to welcome them, but my vice chair was there, and they had a very fruitful discussion, according to him and the committee. And I want to say that you are welcome to Kenya. I know you've been here and you are now finishing your stay here in Kenya, but you are welcome again. Kenya is a good country, and thank you and welcome again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 24th August 2023. Reports of the Auditor General on the National Government Constituencies Development Fund in respect of the following constituencies for the year ended 30th June 2022 and the certificates therein: Nyeri Town, Matayos, Westlands, Juja, Roysambu, Kiambaa, and Muhoroni. The member for Muhoroni is giving me a thumbs up. I pray it is a clean report. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2022 and the certificates therein. Thogoto Teachers Training College, that is in Kikuyu constituency, Kasarani Technical Vocational College, Kasarani constituency, Mama Ngina University College in Gatondo South. Thank you.
Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee. The chair for Special Funds isn't here. We can proceed to the next one. The Vice Chairperson, Parliamentary Caucus on SDGs and Business, Honorable Martha Wangari.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 24th August 2023. The report of a delegation of the Parliamentary Caucus on SDGs and Business on the proceedings of the 2023 United Nations High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development, HLPF 2023, held in New York, United States of America, USA, from 10th to 21st July 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning.
So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, the 24th of August of 2023. The report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the Privatization Bill, National Bill number 22 of 2023.
Thank you. The member of the delegation for the Pan-African Parliament. Okay, Honorable Passaris.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 24th August 2023, report of the record of proceedings of the second ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament held in Midrand, South Africa from 15th May to 2nd June 2023.
Thank you. Is the chairperson for the Special Funds Accounts Committee here yet? Okay, we'll proceed to the next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Again, I think it was the chairperson for the Special Funds Committee. In his absence, we can proceed to the vice chairperson, the Parliamentary Caucus on SDGs and Business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House notes the report of a delegation of the Parliamentary Caucus on SDGs and Business on SDGs on the proceedings of the 2023 United Nations High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development, HLPF 2023, held in New York, United States of America, USA, from 10th to 21st July 2023, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 24th August 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member of delegation for the Pan-African Parliament.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House notes the report of the record of proceedings of the second ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament held in Midrand, South Africa from 15th May to 2nd June, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 24th August 2023.
Thank you. Next order. Yes, Minority Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's an issue that requires an urgent and indeed immediate attention of the Committee on Health. Madam Speaker, this past 1 week we have been haggling with the issue of admissions of students, especially university students. But there's a bigger issue, Madam Speaker, and the whole country is again at ill ease. The admissions to the Kenya Medical and Training Colleges. You know, as members, we in this House, a number of us have used taxpayers' money to build these colleges across the country. And as we speak, there is confusion, total confusion, as to the procedure for admission of students to these very important colleges. Thousands and thousands of students are basically in suspense. They don't know what to do, having applied formally to be admitted. Madam Speaker, to cut the long story short, over the years, and in line with the KMTC Act, admissions to KMTC colleges and campuses across the country has been the mandate of the KMTC board and management. Indeed, in July this year, 2 students whose names I can't remember went to court to challenge a purported takeover of that admission mandate by the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Admission something, COOPS, placement COOPS. They did go to court and challenged that decision by COOPS to take over this role successfully. The court ruled in their favor. In addition, the KMTC Act is abundantly clear as to who is supposed to undertake or oversee admissions of students to KMTC. Indeed, the committee, which is led very ably by my good friend, Honorable Pukose, made a pronouncement on this matter about 1 week or 2 ago, that the mandate of admissions of students to KMTC lies or rests with the KMTC board. Now, Madam Speaker, as we speak, I am getting information, and the public is all over inquiring. I'm getting information that this mandate has now been forcefully taken over by COOPS in this total disregard of the existing law, in total disregard of a court order which is in existence, Madam Speaker, which has not been challenged, which has not been vacated, which has not been varied in any way. We are a country that is governed by the rule of law. If anybody or any authority is desirous of this role of admissions being taken to COOPS, follow the law. Come here through the majority leader, bring us an amendment proposal to the KMTC Act or any other relevant law, and we shall consider it. And if you are unhappy with the court ruling about these admissions, go to the Supreme Court, challenge it. But you can't use unorthodox means to transfer functions that belong to a statutory body to another body without due process. We shall basically be setting stage for the rule of the jungle, the law of the jungle. So I want to plead with you, Madam Speaker, and I know you are capable of doing this, because you are stickler to the law. You are a serious legal practitioner, that under your watch, you can't allow this to happen. I don't think you can allow that. Kindly, Madam Speaker, use your powers, understanding order number 1, and direct the chair of the committee, who is here looking at me, direct him to make a statement on this matter. If he cannot, please direct the leader of majority. Because the students out there in their thousands cannot continue to remain in suspense. They are very much apprehensive. They don't know what's going to happen. They have paid money to COOPS for these admissions. The courts have stopped it. A committee of this House has stopped it. And yet, COOPS is going on with the admission process. So where do we sit or stand as a House? And yet we are here under Article 95 to be deliberating on and making decisions on issues of concern to the people. How can we be sitting here and yet thousands of our children out there do not know what is their fate in terms of applications for admissions to the KMTC? We are hearing stories which are very disturbing. We are hearing very many disturbing stories about this whole issue, which I won't venture into for now. But I would want to ask you, Madam Speaker, to treat this matter with the urgency it deserves and stop everything else and direct that the leadership of the committee and the leader majority clarifies the situation so that we get to know what is really the state of affairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader of Minority. I think we are there. You've gone straight to a statement on 7. I did allow you out of my discretion because it was a matter of national importance. I think let's announce the next order, and then I will have Leader of majority, and also Chair Health to respond to it. Had you read the next, just read the next order for orderliness. It's questions and statements, right?
Yes. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Yes, and then the answer can reflect that Honorable Wandai has made a statement, okay, which will now be responded to. I'll give a chance to the Chairperson Health Committee. A similar issue was raised yesterday, Honorable Pukose. Similar issue was raised yesterday in relation to, I think, 18-year-olds needing identity cards, and I think it was also referred to at the relevant committee by the Speaker. Proceed.
Madam Speaker, the committee, it is true that KMTC board is mandated by law, section 106 of the KMTC Act, that the board is the one to do the admission. This issue came before the Committee of Health, and we deliberated. Once we deliberated, at that stage, COOPS, through an MOU with the KMTC, had agreed that COOPS does the placement of the students while KMTC does the admission of the students. Now, the process had already started when they appeared before the committee, and the committee pronounced itself based on the court ruling which was done. The High Court ruled in favor of that. It is very clear that it is the KMTC board that is that has the mandate to admit the students. Now, the explanation given by COOPS is that they are not doing the admissions, they are doing the placement of students. That is because in their website, they already have a data of all the students' KCSE results and KCB results. So based on that, they'll be able to eliminate issues of cheating in terms of certificates. And that is the MOU which they ended with the KMTC to process the placement of the students. Once they have done the placement of the students, then KMTC does the admission. That is what they told the committee. But we are very clear that the mandate of admission is by KMTC. So from that explanation, I think maybe, unfortunately, the House is going on recess. If you could give us time so that the CS Health and the CS Education could appear in Parliament jointly to respond to this issue, I think that would be a more better way so that members can be able to ask questions that I cannot be able to respond at this stage.
Minority Leader.
Madam Speaker, with all due respect to the Honorable Chairman, he has not addressed the issue of the pronouncement that was made by his committee on this matter, which has not been obeyed. His committee was very clear that the function of admissions vests in KMTC board and that COOPS should stay away. That has since been violated. And Madam Speaker, without going into semantics, what is admission? And what is placement? Placement is simply part of admission. You cannot say that you have admitted until and unless you have done the placement. So placement is basically part of the admission process, which function under the KMTC Act belongs to the KMTC board. There's nothing the ministers are coming to do here. We don't need them to come and interpret for us the law, which is very clear. If anybody out there is uncomfortable with the law as it is, he can go to court and challenge it. Or he can come here with a proposal that will make the necessary amendments. But this kind of conduct, Madam Speaker, is not acceptable, and we can't allow it to happen. We cannot, as the representatives of people, allow blatant violation of the law as we watch. What interest does somebody have in these admissions? That he has circumvented the law, that he has to bend the law in broad daylight, Madam Speaker. So the chair must come out, first and foremost, to get away from the notion that placement is anything separate from admission. That COOPS, as we speak, has got no role whatsoever, however remote, has got no role whatsoever in the placement or admission of KMTC students until and unless the law is amended. And no form of MOU, agreement, understanding can superintend over the law. Madam Speaker, we need to make a clear ruling, Madam Speaker, and we can't allow the idea of asking for time to allow CSS to come here and take us through. Through what? I want to urge you, crack the whip, Madam Speaker. Just crack the whip. Just crack the whip and direct from the chair that COOPS keeps its hand off this process of admissions. Just declare that here now. Thank you.
Leader of Minority, I can't make that pronouncement right here because I do not have all the full facts in front of me. But the matter was raised yesterday, a similar matter relating also with COOPS, and I think the Speaker directed that the Committee on Education, even during the break, should have a meeting and summon the relevant ministers so that the matter can be addressed, since it's urgent as the students' placement is ongoing. I'll just give one more person, member for Matungu. You want to say something? Okay, let me give the health minister, the chair, health, before I give you a chance. Member for Matungulu, right? Okay.
Madam Speaker, any decision that is made by the committee, normally a committee will prepare a report, which is stapled in the House, and the House debates. Once the House has debated that decision, and whether the House will either reject, accept, or make even amendments to it. So, Madam Speaker, I think what the minority leader is asking is actually unprocedural, because the committee made it, and I've made it very clear that the committee made its pronunciation, and it's clear, and we've documented it. What remains is now for the committee to be able to present a report to this House, then the House debates, and be able to make a decision on it. Because you cannot just be able to, out of blues, say now you are making a ruling to this effect. I think we must also be a house of rules and follow our procedures.
Thank you. That's what I meant by not having all the facts within my knowledge. And now it's come out that the committee report is not out here. I'll just give the member for Matungulu. And
thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to urge the members. We are the custodian of protecting the rule of law in this country. And I'm very aware, each and every member in this House, from the 290 constituencies, is people who are calling them or calling these members regarding this issue, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the law can never be overruled by a memoranda or any agreement done outside this House. Madam Speaker, I saw you yesterday very passionate towards how we are going to oversight any institution in this country. This institution called COOPS is not exceptional. It's not exceptional. Madam Speaker, students are suffering at home. Parents are suffering at home. Every Kenyan is worried. We have the law, which is very clear. It has not been amended. It cannot be bypassed by a memoranda. Now, Madam Speaker, being a legislator who follows House procedures, the Committee of Health in this House sat, pronounced themselves on this issue within the committee. Once that is done, we are being told that there is somebody else somewhere sitting to overrule the members, the honorable members of that committee. What are we doing in this House? We better all resign and go home and stop spending taxpayers' money for things which cannot happen. Madam Speaker, is the high time the dignity of this House must be maintained, whichever divine or political party we come from. we must stand firm and tell the nation that the only institution given mandate either to deal with issues against the law is Parliament. Madam Speaker, the last but not least, this issue of coups has been boiling day in, day out. They are placing students who are A material to go and do certificates, to go and do diploma, Madam Speaker. It is a high time we deal with this monster, because the most affected people are our students from our constituencies. So, Madam Speaker, this is not an issue whereby we are going to lie low as Parliament. We are going to allow Kenyan students to suffer. You can imagine, Madam Speaker, when a student has worked so hard for 4 years to attain an A or a B and is given an opportunity to go to an institution of higher learning to just go and do a certificate or a diploma. Madam Speaker, I know very well, you passed well in your A levels. Can you imagine it's you being given that opportunity to go and do a certificate? Will you be our Deputy Speaker? Will you be the law who we know? This is an issue of Kenyans, and Kenyans must be protected, and that is a business which we have been brought here by the Kenyan people without no mercy to anybody, and we are not going to relent on this. Let the chair of Health Committee go and call the Secretariat to table that report, and by 5 o'clock we debate it and agree on how to go about it. Kenyans cannot suffer more, Madam Speaker. We have a responsibility as a House to protect the law. We were sworn in this House to protect the law. About memoranda, about anything else, does not supersede the law. The court has pronounced themselves on this issue, Madam Speaker. Let's law take its course in this country, and we move forward as a Parliament. God bless Kenya. God bless the students of Kenya.
Thank you, honorable members. I think the chairperson for the Committee on Health has given an undertaking that he will move with speed to summon those various agencies and the minister. That's why they are going to do it even before they are not going to take a break. They are going to go and deal with it immediately. Okay, I will pronounce myself on the time frame before we rise on this sitting. Then we'll have heard from the clerk's office what the situation is. Okay, just allow me, honorable members, to recognize students seated in the speaker's gallery. Kothien Secondary School from South Imenti constituency, Meru County. Then Memon Academy Primary School from Vita constituency, Mombasa County. I also wish to recognize students and teachers seated at the public gallery, Mary Immaculate Kitale Primary School, Kwanza constituency, Trans Nzoia County. Sotit Primary School, Konoin constituency, Bomet County. St. Aloys Ajola Primary School, Kisumu West constituency, Kisumu County. And also, honorable members, I have a communication that just came to the speaker's desk now. It is an announcement from the Coast Parliamentary Group. They confirm, honorable members, that they have held elections today as the Coast Parliamentary Group, and the undersigned persons are now their leadership. The patron is the Honorable Owen Bayer, Deputy Majority Leader. The chairperson is Honorable Danson Mwashako Mwakuwona. The vice chair is the Honorable Gertrude Bayu. The Secretary General is the Honorable Kasim Tandaza. The Vice Secretary General is the Honorable Amina Mnyazi. The Treasurer is the Honorable Amina Dika. The Vice Treasurer is the Honorable Githuku Kamau, Senator. The Organizing Secretary is the Honorable Ali Wario. The Deputy Organizing Secretary is Honorable Masood Machele. The Chair, Women Caucus, is Honorable Captain Rueda Obo. And finally, the Whip is the Honorable Ken Chonga. I use this opportunity to congratulate all those who have risen to this leadership position. Thank you. What's your point of order, Honorable Wangwe, or is it?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My point of order, Honorable Speaker, is on the foregoing discipline in the House. Madam Speaker, I did rise yesterday to raise this issue, and when you are making a communication, Madam Speaker, it's important we grasp and understand what you are communicating to us. Whereas you are communicating, Honorable Speaker, our colleagues are walking in, our colleagues are conversing in loud tones. Madam Speaker, it's important you communicate, you make a communication so that we listen to what you are communicating to us so that we implement it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, I think those members who are probably upstanding or conversing, unfortunately, I didn't get to spot any of them because I was busy reading. So they, I think they stand guided and corrected. And I think those members who are approaching the majority leader, I'm giving him my protection. Honorable Moroto, give him a break. Okay. All right. I think maybe you are not in your office for them to see you. Okay, Honorable members, let's move to the next statement, which is a general statement by the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Tourism regarding an inquiry into human-wildlife conflict. Proceed. Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Tourism. Not present, okay. All right, let's move to the next order. The statement, we're already in the next year. No, we're not on the, so okay, you may make your statement, Leader of Majority, since the others are not here.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I have quite a number of statements today. I will begin with my usual Thursday statement. Then I'll go to all the others, including Kera. There was also the one for the court-martialed Kenyans in Uganda. And the other one is on the university funding. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 22nd August 2023, to prioritize the business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, I wish to commend the leadership of this House and members for the dedication and cooperation exhibited in the session so far. We have certainly been able to meet the set timelines in respect of all matters that were before us. We are now due for the break, commencing after today's session, with the House scheduled to resume its regular sittings on Tuesday, 26 September 2023 at 2:30 p.m., going by our calendar. Honorable Speaker, upon resumption, Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from the interactions here because they are too disruptive.
Honorable members, the majority leader is actually making very important statement to tell us the proceedings that will ensue after recess.
In front of my eyes, Honorable Speaker. There are rooms, Honorable Speaker, at the back where members can consult. Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I was saying, upon resumption, the House is expected to continue with debate on second reading of the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2022. The House will also debate the following motions, should they not be concluded today: report of the Kenyan delegation to the 146th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, and related meetings; report of the 4th General Assembly of the Eastern Africa Parliamentary Alliance for Food Security and Nutrition, EAPA, FSN; reports on the inspection of various one-stop border posts in the Northern Corridor in the Eastern African Community Region, report on employment diversity audit in public institutions. 5, consideration of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the National Government Constituency Development Fund for 12 constituencies in Kakamega County. And 6, probable loss of investments in Cyton High Yields Solutions platform. Honorable Speaker, I also note that question time in the plenary has proceeded well as Cabinet Secretaries appear to answer questions and expound on policies under their respective dockets. I would like to thank members for their continued participation in this process. Upon resumption of the House and in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 42A, 5 and 6, I wish to convey that the following Cabinet Secretaries are scheduled to appear before the House on the afternoon of Wednesday, 27 September 2023, to respond to questions as follows. The Cabinet Secretary for Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage to respond to the following questions. Question number 228 of 2023 by the member for Ganze, Honorable Kenneth Kazungu, MP, regarding containment of elephant herds, that have been a menace to residents of Mwahera Jira and Mrima Wandege in Ganze constituency. Question number 320 of 2023 by the member for Wajir East, Honorable Aden Daoud, MP, regarding oversight of the Tourism Promotion Fund Board. Question number 321 of 2023 by the member for West Pokot County, Honorable Rael Kasiwai, MP, regarding rehabilitation and preservation of the Kapenguria Museum. Question number 322 of 2023 by the member for Mandera South, Honorable Abdul Haro, MP, regarding the steps taken by the ministry to mitigate human-wildlife conflict in Mandera South constituency. Question number 323 of 2023 by the member for Samburu County, Honorable Pauline Languris, MP, regarding a compensation of families and residents in Samburu County killed by wild animals and destruction of their property. Question number 324 of 2023 by the member for Nyandarua County, Honorable Faith Getao, MP, regarding the human-wildlife conflict cases at Mukindu in Ol Kalau constituency. And question number 325 of 2023 by the member for West Pokot County, Honorable Rael Kasiwai, MP, regarding settlement of approved compensation claims in Nasolot Game Reserve. 2, the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Economic Planning to respond to the following questions. Question by private notice number 010 of 2023 by the member for Turkana South, Honorable John Ariko, MP, regarding unlawful dismissal of revenue as service assistance. Question number 150 of 223 by the member for Kandui, Honorable John Makali, MP, regarding the current annual status of the balance sheet of Nzoia Sugar Company. Question number 151 of 2023 by the member for Mathare, Honorable Anthony Oluoch, MP, regarding arrears owed to political parties in financial year 2016-2017 and 2022-2023. Question number 153 of 2023 by the member for Kiambu, Honorable Mashua Waithaka, MP, regarding the decline in US dollar reserves in the country. Question number 215 of 2023 by the member for Gunja, Honorable Pio Wandai, CBS, MP, Leader of Minority, regarding delay in disbursement of the equitable revenue share to counties. Question number 216 by the member for Tiati, Honorable William Kamket, MP, regarding the impact that de-dollarization by countries such as China, Brazil, Russia, India, Malaysia, and Saudi Arabia may have on Kenya's economy. Question number 217 of 2023 by the member for Wajir East, Honorable Aden Daoud, MP, regarding non-disclosure of merchants' fees and penalties charged on credit/debit cards. Question number 294 of 2023 by the member for Awendo, Honorable John Owino, MP, regarding proposed privatization plan which includes the sale of South Nyanza Sugar Company nuclear land. Question number 295 of 2023 by the member for Balambala, Honorable Abdi Shurie, MP, regarding refusal of cash payments by certain business establishments. Question number 296 of 2023 by the member for Katundo South, Honorable Gabriel Kagombe, MP, regarding delayed disbursement of funds to the National Youth Service. Question number 297 of 2023 by the member for Madhioya, Honorable Edwin Mogo, MP, regarding recruitment of revenue service assistants by KRA. Question number 354 of 2023 by the member for Dagoretti North, Honorable Beatrice Elachi, MP, regarding the impact of import fees levied on raw materials under the crops, nuts and oil crops regulations of 2020. And lastly, question number 356 of 2023 by the nominated member, Honorable Dorothy Ikiara, MP, regarding delay in payment of pension to retired teachers. Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee will reconvene on Tuesday, 26 September 2023 to schedule business for the rest of the week. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, as we proceed for the long recess, it is important to note that in case of any urgent business that requires the attention of the House, members may be recalled for a special sitting pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 29. On behalf of the House Business Committee, I now wish to wish members a wonderful recess period as they spend time with their families, rejuvenate, and also continue to discharge their parliamentary and constituency obligations, and as they spend valuable time engaging with members of their constituencies in public participation during the recess period in preparation of the submittal of NGCDF proposals from all the constituencies. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I also wish members on behalf of the House Business Committee, also on my own behalf, let me wish members a restful recess and also a busy one as we engage with our constituents, and also to remind you, as the House Business Committee notes in that statement, that we will now have time over this recess to engage in public participation exercises over our proposals for the next financial year. Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I can proceed to the statement from the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Relations, Diaspora Affairs, Dr. Alfred Mutua, EGH, on the court-martialing and conviction of certain Kenyans in the Republic of Uganda. It's rather a long one, Honorable Speaker, 3 pages also.
No, you may proceed. I think it would be unfair not to read it in full. I think read it in full. I don't think you have authority to edit the Cabinet Secretary's document.
Well, he has started with a huge background, Honorable Speaker. And he says in March 2022, 8 Turkana herders were arrested in Kotido in the Karamoja area on suspicion of killing 3 Ugandan geologists and 2 Uganda People's Defense Forces, UPDLF soldiers, who are guarding the geologists in Lokisilei village in Lotisan sub-county in Moroto district. The 8 Kenyans denied the charges and informed the Ugandan side that those who had committed the offense had returned to Kenya with the weapons of the 2 deceased UPDF soldiers. As a result, the 8 accused were found guilty of possessing weapons at a court-martial in Moroto in April 2022 and sentenced to 20 years in prison. The Ugandan authorities have consistently appealed to the Kenyan side to arrest the perpetrators of the killing of the 3 geologists and the 2 Ugandan soldiers, but this has not yet been actualized by the Kenyan side. It should be highlighted that while Kenyan authorities have made steps to recover and return firearms stolen from Ugandan security forces, they have yet to apprehend the perpetrators of the killings. On 8 April 2023, the UPDF conducted a cordon and search operation within Turkana kraals in the areas of Lokiriaut, Rupa, and Naput in Moroto districts and seized 27 AK-47 rifles, 1 self-loading rifle, SLR, as well as 751 rounds of ammunition, 32 magazines, 3 sets of UPDF uniform, and 19 bows and arrows. Consequently, 32 Turkana herdsmen were arrested and brought to Moroto barracks to face court-martial for the offense of possession of illegal firearms. All 32 suspects were rushed through a court-martial process on 11 April 2023 and sentenced to 10 years for each of the 2 counts of illegal possession of firearms and ammunition. An important point to note is that any civilian found in possession of illicit firearms is subject to court-martial under Ugandan law. Specifically, the Uganda People's Defense Forces UPDF Act, because the government deems them to be combatants. Government interventions. On 20th February 2023, a delegation from Kenya led by Ms. Rebecca Miano, the Cabinet Secretary for East African Community, Arid and Semi-Arid Lands and Regional Development, arrived in Moroto, Uganda, to negotiate the release of the Turkana herders with a delegation from Uganda led by General Salim Saleh. The matter escalated when His Excellency President Museveni responded by issuing a directive on March 3rd, 2023, stating unequivocally that the problem of the geologist's murder must be addressed before Uganda discusses the issue of amnesty and release of the Kenyan detainees. This was followed by Executive Order number 3 of 2023, issued on May 18, 2023, which, among other things, gave Kenya 6 months to answer to the matter of the geologist's murder. Otherwise, Turkanas would not be allowed to graze in Uganda. President Museveni also spotlighted Uganda's strategic plan to end nomadism and was interested in knowing the plan on the Kenyan side, as well as how long Kenya expects Uganda to allow Turkanas to graze in Uganda. Consular services extended. On the 24th June 2023, the Kenya High Commission in Kampala, through the KDF liaison office in Moroto, arranged for a team of Turkana leaders, led by Honorable Imana, and 2 KDF liaison officers to visit the inmates. The team went to Jinja Main Prison and Kitalia Maximum Prison, where the Turkana herders are incarcerated. All the inmates were found to be in good health. They were, however, requested to be relocated to a warmer place, and one that is more accommodating to Kenyan inmates in terms of language, such as Moroto Prison. The mission made the request to the Ugandan government and is still awaiting a response, but is actively following up. The Kenya High Commission in Uganda made consular visits to Murchison Bay Prison on 3rd July 2023 and Jinja Main Prison on 10th July 2023, and distributed basic supplies not only to Turkanas, but also other Kenyans in the 2 jails. The Turkana County government leadership has hired a lawyer in Kampala and filed an appeal in the matter on 20th April 2023 through Ms. Asingwire and Kakuru Advocates. The appeal lodged within the 14-day window of appeal was filed to the General Court Martial at Makindye, which is the only available avenue to appeal under Ugandan law. The court is here to respond on the hearing date, but the advocate is pursuing the matter. Another appeal was lodged through the prison internal mechanism, but was filed late. The Kenya High Commission in Kampala is in contact with the welfare officers of each of the prisons where the herders are being held, and will continue to arrange for relatives and Turkana leaders to visit the incarcerated individuals, as well as to provide consular services to all Kenyans in various Ugandan prisons in accordance with the protocols of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Uganda. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, on January 18, 2018, Kenya and Uganda signed an MOU on a cross-border program for sustainable peace and development to encourage the closer interaction between the border communities of Turkana and Pokot in Kenya and Karamoja in Uganda. The MOU also aims to combat the illegal flow of small arms and light weapons in the region. This framework is what allows Kenyans to cross over to Uganda in order to access grazing areas and watering points. However, Uganda expressly forbids Kenyans to cross over with weapons. Currently, the case of the Turkana herders is being escalated to the highest level of the executive of both countries. His Excellency President Museveni has given conditions for amnesty discussions. The first condition is that Kenya arrests those who killed the 3 Ugandan geologists and the 2 UPDF soldiers. In the event that this is not accomplished, His Excellency President Museveni has asked Kenya to make reparations to the families of those deceased before any deliberations on amnesty for the detained Kenyans can commence. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, Kenya's top leadership is seized of the matter and has asked for its speedy resolution. Dr. Alfred N. Mutua, EGH Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, has been in contact with his Ugandan counterpart, and a physical meeting will be organized in full appreciation of the urgency and severity of the matter. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. That is a response on the issue of the incarcerated Ugandans. Please allow so that I take a glass of water.
Yes, Leader of Majority, and then I'll come to you.
Let me thank you, Madam Speaker, and the Leader of Majority for that elaborate statement. I just have one concern. It would appear that we are getting into these talks with Uganda from a very weak position as a country, because what we are hearing are just ultimatum after ultimatum, condition after condition. In fact, what is worrying me is the condition that Kenya must produce those who killed the 3 geologists and 2 UPDF soldiers. It's as if Kenyans, the Kenyan government and the Uganda government know the identity of those purported killers. It would appear so. But more importantly, how do you link the purported killers of these 5 persons to the persons who have been court-martialed and are now languishing in a jail in Jinja? What is the connection? How do you make the apprehension of those who killed those 5 fellas with the release of people who are court-martialed on totally different charges? So we're having a problem with that statement, Madam Speaker. And really, I want to plead from the floor of this House that this is a matter that requires the highest possible intervention. And I don't think it is enough just to say that this matter is, that the executive is seized of this matter and so on and so forth. We have had enough of those stories. What we want to see is a more definite action from the part of the Kenyan state. Because it's as if we have got nothing else we can hold Uganda to. And yet we know, as neighboring countries, we need each other. So as if Uganda is doing us a favor. It's doing us a favor by releasing those whom we believe are wrongfully in custody or in prison. Why can't they release those Turkana herders first, if they really want genuine discussions, and then plead with the authorities in Kenya to look for these fellows who killed the 5 gentlemen or men or women? I'm not sure who they were. Okay? So I think there's a problem with this settlement. This settlement does not address the issues that were raised by the Honorable Akuja. I can't see him today. Is Akuja there? I can't see him, and I don't think this settlement is satisfactory. I would rather suggest that, Madam Speaker, you order the person who has authored the settlement to go beyond what he is saying. Thank you.
Honorable person, Honorable Aunda.
Honorable Speaker, the statement read by the Majority Leader evokes some very sad memories for those of us who live on the border between Uganda and Kenya. We are constrained because of the standing order and the law not to discuss adversely the behavior of a foreign or friendly country, but would have very, very unkind words about the behavior and action of the soldiers and the Ugandan government as a whole. Honorable Speaker, indeed using innocent people or innocent herders as a bait for people purported to have committed heinous crime is an act of abuse of human rights. Honorable Speaker, indeed, as a minority leader has clearly stated, the response seems to be so cowardly, you would imagine that Kenya is subservient, is afraid of the government of Uganda. We need to act decisively because we have got economic power, we have got military power beyond what Ugandan can do. Honorable Speaker, in the ordering of things, our legal system is far much superior compared to Ugandan system, and therefore releasing our members to go and get tried in a ragtag country to have a judicial system like that of Uganda is actually demeaning the status of the country called Kenya. Honorable Speaker, as I stand today, about 3 weeks ago, the Ugandan soldiers invaded all the way to Busembe Beach and Bumbe Beach within the waters of Kenya and grabbed innocent fishermen and took them to Uganda. Honorable Speaker, it has been damn expensive going to get these Kenyans who have been unlawfully arrested and incarcerated in jails in Uganda to bring them back to Kenya. Honorable Speaker, there are harrowing stories, how they're beaten on the stomach, how they're forced to eat raw fish, and those kind of harrowing stories we cannot allow our people. I think it has gotten time that the leadership that be, the one that hold the levers in the executive, to call the Ugandan government to order so that we live together as friendly neighbors instead of being looked as if we have no mighty to address these challenges. I sincerely believe and hope that the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Foreign Affairs and all those in charge of, security take serious action in respect of this matter. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Turkana East. The mic is further to your right.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this issue, which it has been discussed after being brought by Honorable Akuja. Madam Speaker, according to the report by our majority leader this afternoon, Madam Speaker, according to the report and the condition given by the Ugandan government, Madam Speaker, it looks like the Uganda government, they know these Turkana herdsmen, they are innocent. The president himself says he's giving our country a demand that if our country will bring the killers of the 5 Kenyan Ugandan citizens, these Turkana herders will be released. This looks like the Ugandan government, they have no case on these herders, and they are just trying to retain them just because they were found in their country, raising their livestock. Madam Speaker, it is good for our country now to take this thing seriously, because according to the statement, those who killed the 5 Ugandans, it seems the Ugandan government know them. And this incident happened in Uganda. Why is Uganda giving the Kenyan government condition that they need to bring the 5 killers? And yet, they know that this thing happened in their country, and they know how it happened. Madam Speaker, it happened one time, one delegation which went to Uganda over the same issue. I was among the delegates who went to Uganda at that time. The place where these others were and where the 5 Ugandans were killed, it was far away. So they need to differentiate between the 2 incidents of these others being caught with their guns and the issue of the killing of the 5 Ugandans. Madam Speaker, this is a different story. Our country needs to take it seriously, because we cannot just leave it the way it is, where we are being given a condition, the condition which it has no truth in it. The way you can look at it, and we need to provide these 5, the killers of the 5 Ugandans. How? This thing happened in Uganda. The Turkana others, they were far away from where the incident took place. I went there personally. And we really urged to talk to those guys, the officers from the Ugandan side, and it seems like there was no truth in it. And from that day, they were even worried about where these guys they were caught. because we argue with them, and it reached a point whereby our people, they were innocent. So our liaison officer in Uganda, our KDF liaison officer in Uganda, must also tell the government the truth. How this thing happened, where the place of the incident, and where these others, they were grazing their livestock. Because the issue of carrying of the guns to Uganda, our people, they are being raided in Uganda in the name of they are bringing guns to Uganda. Where are the guns which raid our people in Uganda comes from? If the government of Uganda, they are saying people in their country, they don't carry guns. Madam Speaker, this thing must be looked in a different way. We cannot leave this matter and our people, they are dying in those cells without being given justice. We need our people to be given justice, to be taken to the court of law, so that they can be tried to be found guilty or not. Because the way they were taken there, nobody has found them guilty. They were just taken from the barracks to the cells. And nobody knows even if they went in through any justice in their country. So we need this thing to be followed up, not just to leave it the way the report is being given around, given by the majority leader. Those who are concerned, our liaison officer in Uganda, our Foreign Affairs Office, and the East African Office, they must follow up this thing so that we can bring this justice to these Turkana people who are in Uganda. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I think we can bring this matter to a close because it's already been marked to the Security Committee. Honorable Kangogo, I'll just give you one last chance. Yeah. If you can keep it in under 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this issue of the Kenyans who are court-martialed in Uganda, Madam Speaker, it's very sad. Because the Kenya and Uganda, they have enjoyed a cordial relationship for many years. Madam Speaker, when Uganda were in troubles during the time of Amin, all of them, they were here in Kenya, including Museveni himself. Madam Speaker, if it can reach at such an hour that the President Museveni can give a condition that for Kenyans to be released, the certain condition must be made. Madam Speaker, I think we need to take this matter very seriously. Madam Speaker, in Migingo Highlands and all the Lake region, there are many Kenyans who've been killed by Uganda soldiers. There has been many questions the members of parliament from those regions, they have raised in this house that Kenyans are killed by Ugandan soldiers. I don't know why then our president has not given out a condition that to Museveni that before a negotiation and even any diplomatic relationship between Kenya and Uganda, the UDF soldiers must, those who have killed Kenyan fishermen, must be arrested. So I think, Madam Speaker, the way this matter is going is going to bring a serious conflict between Kenyans and the Ugandans, especially at the border areas. You heard from the members of Turkana saying that they are local pastoralists. They don't know the boundaries, including the animals. They don't know the boundary between Kenya and Uganda. And again, Madam Speaker, even if there was a crime committed by the Kenyans, the Turkanas, they should be taken through the normal judicial system. They should have a right to access a lawyer, to be given a lawyer, and also to present their case. Madam Speaker, if it is true that President Museveni gave these conditions, then as members of parliament who represent Kenyans, we are also seeking that our president also must take up this issue, discuss it with the President Museveni, so that we can
have the innocent Kenyans. There might be some few, 2 or 3 criminals, which we cannot deny, but not to court-martial the entire almost 50 Kenyans in the name of they were carrying guns. Madam Speaker, and like the way the members of Turkana say that our porous borders of Turkana to Ethiopia and Uganda and all those other areas, even as we discuss these issues, Madam Speaker, we need to address the issue of security at the borders between the Turkana County and the neighbors. So that also, we are now leaving this matter to Turkana members of parliament and the Turkana community to say, fight for yourself, when we have a functioning government. So, Madam Speaker, we will ask the leader of majority to go back to the drawing board and also take it to the Foreign Affairs and also to the President to intervene for the Turkanas and the Kenyans who are court-martialed in Uganda to be returned back to the country.
Okay, I'll just indulge you, Honorable Pukose, and then we... Yes, what's your point of order, Majority Leader?
Honorable Speaker, you know this is a very sensitive matter because it involves the head of state of a friendly country and also involves diplomatic channels of a friendly country and a neighbor. I would really plead, Honorable Speaker, that we now limit the sort of things that we are saying in relation to this matter, and because it is bound now to get to levels where we will start discussing, from the way the debate is going, a president of a friendly state. Honorable Speaker, I think the statement was quite clear from the minister of the charges leveled against the Kenyans. They have not been charged with killing anybody. They have been charged with possession of firearms and made it clear that under the Ugandan law, specifically the UPDF Act, you are considered to be an armed combatant if you are arrested with a firearm. Therefore, as to the innocence or guilt of the Kenyans incarcerated, I think we should leave it to competent courts in Uganda for review of their court case. To Honorable Speaker, since the minister has already indicated that this matter is already at the highest level between His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni and our president and the two ministries, I think it's only be fair that we do not now start getting into the arena of discussing either of the presidents or the ministers or our laws versus the Ugandan laws, because we have our own laws. Uganda have their own laws. So it's only fair, Honorable Speaker, I would beg your indulgence that we, if anything, we should just ask the minister to update the House probably when we resume from recess. What he's saying, they're already engaging, they engage, and he comes to update the House on progress so far. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I felt that we are now verging on very dicey ground, the way the debate, the comments were going.
I'll give the final chance to Honorable Pukose.
Madam Speaker, NDB's constituency neighbors Uganda, and Uganda is a good neighbor. And this issue about members of the Turkana community, you know, members of Turkana and Karamoja are the same community. And we should not sugarcoat, Madam Speaker, that people are carrying firearms to a foreign country and think that they were going with good intentions. We are aware that cattle rustlers, bandits, who steal cows on this side will always go to the other side to also steal cows. So I think UPDF, whatever they did, they have always been known to be a force that ensures law and order from the other side. They are my neighbors. And I think we should respect the President of Uganda, General Museveni, with due respect, as a head of state of a neighboring country, and is the grandfather of the East African region. So, Madam Speaker, you might disagree, but for some of us who knows where Uganda has come from and what he has done to make Uganda what it is, we know it is done a good job. Madam Speaker, what I want to say is that, no, I'm a Kenyan and my loyalty is not questionable. But as a neighbor to Museveni's country, I know my people crosses to Uganda, they are treated well, and my people do not go with cans. We know how neighbors must live. Neighbors must respect territorial boundaries. You should not carry cans from here or even from Marakwet East and take them to Uganda. You'll be arrested and you'll be court-martialed. So that is not acceptable. Madam Speaker, I think the due law, the due process must take its course. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. I think this matter should be placed before the Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations, as it seems it's already that the ministry is already seized of the matter. Thank you. You want to say something, on member? For? Okay. Oh, you haven't completed about Kera.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I'll move on to the next statement from the Ministry of Education on the question of university admissions. And they have addressed the issue of IPRS validation for applicants, parents, and guarantors, saying the system is taking too long to validate IDs and is at times completely down for several hours. Hence, applicants cannot register at the portal in order to proceed with applications. The implication of this, Honorable Speaker, is that identification numbers takes a long time to validate or doesn't validate at all. Hence, applicants can't register at the application portal. Newly acquired ID numbers are also not readily available in the system, hence hindering the application progress. On the intervention, Honorable Speaker, I say that the IPRS is to review their system to try and accommodate the traffic flowing through the portal during this application period. Newly acquired IDs are being updated in the IPRS system from National Registration Bureau. The Ministry of Education has already written to the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Interior, National Administration to address this issue, and they have attached that statement. Honorable Speaker, on the question of undeclared courses at COOPS, the Kenya University and Colleges Placement Services by institutions, students who have admission letters with courses that are not declared with COOPS portal, hence cannot be found in the application portal during application. The institutions are to update all courses and their costs with COOPS before Monday, August 28, 2023. On the huge traffic in the application portal, they concur that there is indeed huge traffic in the application portal caused by numerous concurrent applications. The situation has been exacerbated this week because some institutions are due to commence the academic year of 2023-2024, and therefore many students are logging into the system almost at the same time. The ministry is continuously monitoring and adjusting the system for optimal performance to ensure that all students are able to access the system as they log in. On loan application forms, attachments, the difficulty of applicants using varying scanning technology, the difficulty emanates from applicants using varying scanning technologies and formats, leading to difficulties in uploading the documents and inability to complete the applications. Applicants therefore cannot complete the application process of applying for the loans. A standardization software is being implemented to manage the various formats of attachments coming through. Meanwhile, applicants are being redirected to an online tool to assist in the conversion to the right format. Honorable Speaker, they also indicate that there are also incidents of applicants using wrong email addresses, and they are continuously educating the applicants, especially students and parents, on how to deal with this, together with the issue of double registration for some students who are putting in their IDs twice. On the question of to clarify how students under the age of 18 years can access funding in the absence of official identification documents, they say that the students without national identity cards will be required to apply for scholarships and loans with their KCSE index number, and birth certificate. Once the student is categorized under the new funding model, the scholarship will be awarded and sent to the university or college, while the HELB loan will be set aside to finance them as soon as they submit their national ID. Universities and colleges have been advised accordingly on the arrangement and are expected to admit the students. Honorable Speaker, what that means from my engagement with the CS is that the issue that was there, that students who are under the age of 18, and they know it is a definite number of about 1,900 and something students, approximately 1,000 students, they will be granted full scholarship in the first year. And subsequently, once they acquire their IDs, because some are turning 18 next year, some later this year, they will be given the HELB loans and they will fund their subsequent years as they review the scholarship bids, depending on your ability. And they have already issued a memo to all our vice chancellors to ensure that no student misses admission on account of being under the age of 18 years. The difficulty with this, Honorable Speaker, is that they cannot get into a contractual arrangement or contractual agreement with minors. And under our laws, unless we are to review, anyone under the age of 18 years is considered to be a minor and therefore cannot get into a contractual agreement for a loan with the Higher Education Loans Board. But upon the attainment of the age of 18, they have committed to award them loans and therefore consequently probably reduce their scholarship bid depending on your ability, since the new funding model is student-centered, as they put it. The father said that the provision of the loan is a contractual, basically that's what I was explaining. The provision of the loan is a contractual arrangement between the Higher Education Loans Board and the student. Since the law does not allow contracts with minors, the loans for those without identity cards will not be disbursed until identity cards are provided. The students falling under this category are approximately 1,000 students. From experience, these students would receive their identity cards within their first year of study. On the issue of clear and easily understood guidelines differentiating the processes for applying for HELB funds and scholarships, they say the application process for scholarships and loans is the same, made on the same portal through the website www.hef.co.ke. The application portal is self-guiding with clear steps and alternatives. Applicants are given the opportunity to apply for a scholarship or a loan or both. The information provided by the applicant is broadly the same, apart from the fact that loan applicants will require 2 guarantors. Honorable Speaker, may I also mention I have a very detailed, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Kangogo has invaded my territory here and disarranged all my papers. A very detailed 48-page document that the CS delivered to the Committee of Education this morning, addressing many of those issues. And I will table this document should any member seek to get information, including steps the ministry is taking in line with what members were asking here. What is it that they are doing for publicity strategies to inform Kenyans through traditional media channels, print, TV, radios, community radio stations, digital channels, bulk SMS to both university and TVET students, online forums, web, even Twitter spaces, mashinani initiatives, churches, chiefs, mosques, Huduma centers and Huduma center cyber cafes. The various strategies they are using to ensure that they disseminate as much information to our students. So it will be good to inform our students back in our constituencies as we go on recess to access this information either from Huduma centers, through the ministry website, other portals of Higher Education Loans Board, and COOPs. All that information is here, and I'll be tabling these documents, Honorable Speaker, for members to be able to get a look at it and disseminate the same information to our constituents, many of whom are our voters, even those without identity cards. There are 1,000 students, Honorable Speaker. By the time we get to the next elections, they will be voters. So you'll be serving your voters by disseminating this information to them, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you allow me to move.
What's your point of order, Jared? Honorable Jared?
I thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We can all recall that I did make a statement yesterday concerning this issue that the majority leader has ably given an explanation on. And Madam Speaker, I can also confirm that the CS Education was here this morning. Members of Parliament attended, of course, under the stewardship of the overarching committee, the Committee on Education. And a raft of issues were addressed, but the most fundamental one, which informed the genesis of my statement yesterday, was how categorization will be done from the 7th of September, yet students are expected in college from Monday. And by Monday, Madam Speaker, funds for university education shall not have reached the respective universities, Madam Speaker. The CS Education did make an undertaking that all students, first-year students, will have to report, with or without money, awaiting monies to be sent to their universities. And therefore, I wanted to make that clear to members here who are not present, that no one should be held back at home. The Ministry of Education has made plans to have all students, all first-year students, whether they are medical students attracting 450,000 shillings a year, or art students attracting 158,000 shillings a year, to report to college and start their studies, awaiting categorization and money to be wired to their universities. So at least that takes the burden off the shoulders of members of Parliament who have consistently been confronted by these huge circulars from the Ministry of Education that our children will now go to college with or without monies and their studies can take shape. I think that was important for members to know because all these requests are channeled to our offices as members of Parliament.
Thank you,
and I thank you,
Honorable
Madam
Jared
Speaker.
Okello. Okay, Honorable Nyamai, the last opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Let me first start by thanking the Leader of Majority for that statement that he has read from the Cabinet Secretary. Madam Speaker, I attended this morning the committee, a Departmental Committee on Education, after the ruling that was made by the Speaker yesterday. And I must take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank the Cabinet Secretary for Education because he ably made a presentation concerning funding for universities. And I think the highlight of his presentation was telling of members of Parliament that it doesn't matter whether a student has an identity card or not, or a student does not have or has not been able to go through the application process for funding, that they can walk to their universities on Monday. And Honorable Speaker, I think this was the biggest burden that we had, and I would like to take this opportunity to say that it seems to be a very good opportunity for our learners in the university, that after the teething problems that we have now with the system and also with the new way of applying for financing in the university, that very soon our students will have a smooth way to go to school. So, Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Kenya Kwanza government for keeping the promise, because this is a promise that His Excellency William Samoei Ruto presented to Kenyans when he was campaigning, that he will make it easy for university students to study, and he has done so. So now it has been done, and we thank him, and we are going to support him going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I think I'll give the last opportunity to the Vice Chairperson for the Education Committee, Honorable Mululu Ijendi.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. It is true, the CS and his team appeared before the Committee of Education today from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Madam Speaker, the CS assured us and the nation at large that those students who have been admitted to university will not miss a chance of being in the university. He also assured us that there are those who have not been able to do their applications for loans, for scholarship, etc., etc. When they get to college, Madam Speaker, he will put up desks where they will be assisted to do the application so as to qualify for whatever they have applied for. Madam Speaker, from where I see it, from where Education Committee is, it seems, it appears indeed, the panic that has been there among the members and in the nation should not be there because all the students who have been admitted will get admission into the universities. There are those students also who have been admitted in private universities against their desire. We're also assured that these students have a chance to actually reapply to COOPS so that they can be taken to universities in public as they desire. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, honorable members, permit me to move back to order number 5 and order number 6 so that we can allow the chairperson of special funds accounts. Oh, you haven't done Kara? Okay.
Honorable Speaker, Kera.
Point of order, Honorable Kangogo.
Madam Speaker,
If it's
on
about Kera, we are about to hear.
No, it's not about the Kera, Madam Speaker. Just similar to this report of Ministry of Education. Madam Speaker, there is a problem also under the Chair of Health, the Honorable Bukose, who is here, who is also a cousin to Museveni. Madam Speaker, there is a problem in KMTC, Kenya Medical Training College. Admissions. Madam Speaker, the intake in Kenya, no, it is the same because the Kenya Universities and Placement Board, they are now admitting the students for KMTC, Madam Speaker, and yet the KMTC Act has not been repealed.
Honorable Kangogo, that matter has already been canvassed, resolved, and closed. So let us allow Majority Leader to speak about the hot topic of Kera. What's the point of order?
I appreciate the report by the Leader of Majority on education, but I am still wondering. The ministry made a statement that the students will be categorized in terms of extremely needy, vulnerable, and less needy. My question is, or actually what is disturbing me is, what barometer is the ministry going to use to be able to know, to tell this student is highly vulnerable, this one is very needy, this one is less needy, given the fact that whenever people coming from
that matter was also canvassed. Obviously, the honorable member has not had a chance to look at the portal because it's self-declaration on the portal. Proceed,
Honorable Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Speaker, in fact, Honorable Speaker, if Honorable Ken Chonga, if he has difficulty in reading, he could consult the Honorable Jared Okello, who was in the Education Committee. The document that I have just tabled for everybody's benefit is 48 pages. It covers all those issues he's talking about. The members who are before the Education Committee this morning will bear me witness that the CS address all those matters. Honorable Speaker, if you allow me to now read the statement on Kera. The above, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chonga, I think
Introduction.
We've already closed that topic and canvassed.
The Constitution of Kenya 2010 assigns the national government responsibility for the construction
Leader,
and maintenance of national
minute.
trunk roads.
Majority Leader, let's give Honorable Chonga a minute to just say.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to make it very clear.
We are not reopening the matter.
I want to make it very clear in this house that I went to school. I'm a holder of Masters in Business Administration, and I'm doing PhD. So it is actually, it's an insult for the Leader of Majority to claim that if I have a problem of reading, what is it that I need to have for you to be able to know that I went to school? Kindly, Madam Speaker. may the majority leader withdraw that statement, because that is a total insult to a member of parliament.
Thank you. Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I don't know why the Honorable Ken Chonga is getting so irritated. And I only said, if he has difficulty in reading this report, now he's telling me he's doing a PhD. How do you do a PhD? How do you do a PhD? You can only be attending classes, my friend, or studying for your PhD. You do not do a PhD. Honorable Speaker, but maybe I know Honorable Ken Chonga, being from Kilifi, was probably translating it from Swahili. Ninafanya degree ya PhD. Lakini kwa lugha ya Kimombo huwezi sema I am doing. You can't do PhD. How? Honorable Speaker, now if you allow me to read, the Constitution of Kenya 2010 assigns the national government responsibility for construction and maintenance of national trunk roads, while county governments are assigned the responsibility for county roads. County governments became beneficiaries of the Road Maintenance Levy Fund, RMLF, conditional grant from 2015-2016 financial year based on the County Allocation of Revenue Act 2015. Kenya Roads Board therefore allocated 15% of RMLF as a conditional grant to the county governments for 6 years, from 2015-2016 to 2020-2021. Effective financial year 2021-2022, the maintenance of county roads was incorporated into the equitable revenue share. The 9th National and County Governments Coordinating Summit held in February 2023 in Naivasha resolved that the RMLF allocation to the counties would be given consideration in the financial year 2024-2025 through a restructured process. To effect the resolution of the summit, Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee convened a meeting on 8th August 2023 at the Kenya School of Government, where the road sector was expected to, 1, restructure the KRB Act or the RMLF Act to include allocations to the county governments. 2, review the road classification to align with the restructured act. The discussion of the meeting was not concluded, and the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee was advised to convene a stakeholders meeting involving the Council of Governors, CRA, and the Ministry of Roads, Transport and Infrastructure, and its affiliated agencies to discuss the above matter further. Projected funding ceilings for KERA for the financial 2024-2025 and 2025-2026, which is the crux of the matter, Honorable Speaker. The Minister says that Section 19 of the KRB Act 1999 requires the board to communicate to the road agencies at least a year in advance on the funding likely to be available for allocation in the coming year. Every road agency is then required to submit to the board an annual roads program. The board is further required, in accordance with Section 35(2)(a) of the Act, to submit a collated annual roads maintenance program of the road agencies to Parliament for approval. To ensure compliance with the tight budget requirements under the KRB Act, the board issued projected funding ceilings to KERA in July 2023, as shown in the table below. I don't need to go through the details, but the total allocation per constituency for the financial 2024-2025 was projected to be 42,375,228.85. to 28.85. For the financial year 2025-2026, it was projected to come to 44,224,042 shillings, 0.95. The ceilings issued to KERA were based on the assumption that county governments shall receive 15% of the RMLF effective financial year 24-25, in line with the resolution of the 9th Summit. It was noted that in the 6 financial years, 2015-2016 to 2020-2021, that counties receive 15% RMLF in accordance with the County Allocation of Revenue Act. KERA and KURA were allocated 21.8% and 10.2% respectively on a prorated basis. Noting that the road network administered under these two road agencies are within counties, both KERA and KURA have included county roads in their annual roads work programs. Kenya Roads, KRBF, allocation to Kera for the financial year 2024-2025, option 2. The board shall be guided by the resolution of Parliament as to whether county governments shall receive RMLF funding in the financial year 2024-2025 for maintenance of county roads. In the event otherwise, the ceilings to Kera shall be revised upwards as per table 2 below. Again, I don't need to go through the table, Honorable Speaker, but the total allocation per constituency for the financial year 2024-2025 shall be 69,060,575.4. For the financial year 2025-2026 shall be 72,060,000 shillings 895.03. If the ceilings are issued based on table 2 above, the county governments become beneficiaries of RMLF, then Kera will have pending bills since works would have been procured. Conclusion, the lower ceilings issued to Kera was made under caution to safeguard the authority from early procurement of works and the resulting pending bills that may arise if county governments are funded. The Ministry of Roads and Transport and the Kenya Roads Board shall be guided accordingly and appropriately by Parliament on this matter. Honorable Speaker, the import of that statement is that, and from my engagement with the CS, Kipchumba Murkomen, the memo that was sent to the regional managers was cautionary, that because the summit, there are the ongoing discussions between the summit, the Council of Governors, CRA, and the ministry to incorporate the county government, all our county governments into RMLF, which would mean that less money then comes to your constituencies under Kera as per the table that is in Schedule 1 of this letter from the CS, and which is what was already communicated to the regional managers. However, the law is the law. And I have told the minister, the law as it stands, it's that Kera gets 22%, that's the 21.8, and 10.2%. And that is the law as it stands. Until and unless Parliament amends that law, the schedule must remain as per Schedule 2 in this letter. The 69 million and 72 million for the next financial year, the year 25-26. Therefore, honorable members, the matter will be coming before you. It will be up to you to make the decision as to whether you want to share the RMLF with the counties who are already getting it as part of their shareable revenue. You are also constituents in counties. You know whether the county governments are doing very well in maintenance of county roads. Your constituents know, and therefore you shall make an informed decision. When this matter comes, the minister says they are still in active engagements, but I have cautioned the minister that he must not act until and unless the law is changed, because the law is clear, and I think they're also cognizant of that. So they're only saying they had issued that so that as you plan, and it is a principle in accounting. I was looking for CPA John Buddy. I don't know if CPA Julius Ruto is here. CPA Ruto is also not here. But those who are accountants like myself will tell you there is an accounting principle called the principle of prudence, that you must be prudent when you plan, as you do your budget planning. So they are simply trying to apply that prudence, looking at the best or worst case scenario, that should the law change, this is what you planned for in the next financial year. I am not saying the law, I'm saying should the law change. Honorable members, as to whether the law changes or not, is not my calling. It is not the ministers. It is up to those who make laws and those who appropriate budgets. And you all know who are the makers of the law, who are the appropriators of resources. Therefore, this matter is squarely in your hands. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. Honorable members, allow me to recognize, seated in the public gallery, the following schools: King Hill Academy Primary School from Kabarnet constituency, Baringo County. Elangata Ekima Primary School from Kajiado South constituency, Kajiado County. Mansuk S. Patel Primary School, Rongai constituency, Nakuru County. And also seated in the Speaker's Gallery is Al-Kahir Royal Primary School from Vita constituency, Mombasa County. And lastly, seated in the public gallery, Chebulbul Primary School from Keio South, Elgeyo Marakwet County. And now, honorable members, allow me to move back to order number 5 and 6. You want to speak about this issue? Okay. All right, let me give Honorable TJ Kajwang, and then I'll give Honorable Martin Owino.
Madam Speaker, you know that there is a lot of interest in this matter because it concerns constituencies, and that is the reason we are here. If it were not for our constituents, we would not be here. Madam Speaker, the majority leader has ably
And then
read.
Honorable TJ, I think what we do, if we can make everyone make it brief so that we can have more members. Since members
I'll
are
be very,
interested,
very
then
brief.
we can have more members participate.
I'll be very, very brief. Madam Speaker, the majority leader has read a statement which is clear, but he has talked about the principle in accounts called prudence. I do not know what that means because I did not go to accounting school. But you and I, we know the principle called without prejudice. If you read that letter done by the agency and supervised by the CS, who himself is a lawyer, the letter does not have any reservation, does not say that we are writing it on cautionary basis, does not say that it is on without prejudice, does not say that we are taking abundant caution. Now, when the majority leader says some of the things he say, of course he's being a good advocate for this agency. I, with a lot of respect, ask that this letter, this statement, be recommended to the Transport and Infrastructure Committee to grill it some more. We want to know who did this letter, who thought about it, which meeting it is, because it is our duty to remove. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I just wished yes, she's being advised. That's why yes. Madam Speaker, just wanted to say that it is part of our mandate under 94, 95, and 96 to remove a state officer who violates the law, knowingly. So this person who is changing the law with a letter not on a without prejudice basis, we want to know whom he is so that we can deal with him appropriately in this house. Even before we go into those issues of counties or whatever, who is this changing the law? Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Well, Martin Owino first, or you want to just respond quickly? Okay. Members, we have a petition that's starting at 5, so we want to at least get one business on the sugar bill, hence the urgency. And I know the sugar bill is also a hot potato. So I think we have to choose between Kera and the sugar bill.
Honorable Speaker, you know, I am an accountant and an economist. I never have pretended to be a lawyer, so I do not know whether this letter was without prejudice or with caution, but at least I can read that there is the word caution. On the last page, he says that the lower ceilings issued to Kera was made under caution to safeguard the authority from early procurement of works and the resulting pending bills that may arise if county governments are funded. Honorable Speaker, the Chair, Transport and Infrastructure is not here, but he had just sent me a message just that the new KRB Act requires Parliament through the Transport and Infrastructure Committee to approve all RMLF programs proposed by the three agencies, so any allocation to counties will complicate the exercise. KRB, or rather, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to confirm to what the Honorable Member for Waraka is saying, that the Chair, Transport and Infrastructure is well seized of this matter, and is a member of Parliament, the Chair of the committee. And the 15 members who sit in that committee are seized of this matter. This letter is now property of the House, and they should be able now to pick it up from here, because all that the Speaker had directed was for me to ask for a quick statement from the ministry, which has now come. That is all I have delivered, Honorable Speaker. And I was begging that since the minister is available, the committee should be able to summon him. If they are not satisfied, you have your Wednesday afternoons. You can summon the minister here. If he does not comply with what the law says, you are the members of Parliament who oversight the executive. You shall know what to do with my good friend Kipchumba Murkomen if he fails to comply with the law. But I think he's also exercised abundant caution in saying that he will be guided by what Parliament resolves. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I think we can leave the matter to the committee to deal with.
Honorable members, I want to seek your indulgence. Since this matter will go to the committee and still come back to the House, you'll have opportunity to interrogate it. And since the committee has said that the minister shall appear to be able to answer those questions, allow us to move to the main business. But just before that, I will quickly get, I think in less than 5 minutes, go back to Order 5 and Order 6, just to allow the chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee wasn't there earlier, to quickly lay the paper on the House table of and then also immediately move your notice of motion in that sequence. Then we can move to the next order on the sugar bill, which I know members are interested in.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 24th August 2023. Second report on the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of Auditors General on the financial statement for the Parliamentary Mortgage Scheme Fund, Parliamentary Car Loan Scheme Fund, and Parliamentary Catering Fund for the financial year 2020-2021 and 2021-2022. And the third report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement for the Local Authorities Provident Fund for the year 2019-2020 to 2020-2021-2022 financial years. Notice of motion. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the Parliamentary Mortgage Scheme Fund, Parliamentary Car Loan Fund, Parliamentary Car Loan Fund, and the Parliamentary Catering Fund for the year 2020, 2021, and 2021-2022, laid on the table of this House on the Thursday, 23rd August 2023. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement for the Local Authorities Provident Fund for the financial year 2019-2020 to 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 23rd August 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next order, we can go back to Order 8.
Order number 8, the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2022, second reading, resumption of debate.
Honorable members, I think we had a balance of time, and was there any member pending? Yes, 4 minutes. Okay, Honorable Mwangi Kiunjuri had 4 minutes left. If he's not here, we'll start with the members of the committee, because there are many people who are interested. The Honorable David Kiplagat.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wish to support the sugar bill. As member of the Agriculture Committee, if there is a bill we have done justice to, is the sugar bill. Maybe just to bring members to speed, is that we were able to engage all the stakeholders in the sugar industry. We engaged the millers, we engaged the businessmen, we engaged the farmers, and we made sure we travel all parts of Kenya that are engaged in sugar farming, from Ramisi in Mombasa, Mumias, Busia, Chemelil, all the way to Transmara. And the rallying call was, there is need for a radical surgery when it comes to the sugar industry. Sugar industry is ailing. Currently, as the situation is like cancerous one, where you get all the public companies, that is the Mumias, the Chemelil, the Moroni, the Miwani, all of them have collapsed. In fact, it was sad when we were engaged in the Miwani, the only available asset for that factory is the land itself. And even that land was even more emotive, because the farmers there were saying that if it has reached a case whereby the industry is not able to work, then that land should be subdivided to the locals. So the biggest issue affecting the sugar industry, one is on the issue of productivity. You know, currently all the factories are closed for purposes of to allow the sugar to mature. But if you look at the majority aspect, if you go to, Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to prosecute this motion by ordering Honorable Okello to resume his seat. He is a member to my committee, and I am contributing, and he is busy disturbing. Now, if you go to countries that we are currently importing sugar from, that is Brazil, the maturity period of their sugar is 12 months. If you come to Kenya, the maturity period is from 18 to 24 months. So there is need to increase productivity by getting the right breed, by getting the right variety, which can be able to mature within 12 months, so that at least we don't have issues of closing our sugar. The government also need to look at the factories that are owned by government. I think what the lesson that we are learning from these factories that are owned by government is not a very good businessman. So there is need to have strategic partners who can be able to run those industries to productivity. The other thing we saw is that for us to be able to give breath of life to the sugar industry, there is need to introduce the sugar development levy, and that is where the rubber meets the road. On the sugar development levy, I think some members, especially who are coming from the sugar belt, might be asking why the 4%. The 4% is as a result of the protocols we have entered with the COMESA, where all the sugar, the imported and the ones that are milled in this country, all of them, if there's a levy, they need to be given the same percentage. And that is why, as a committee, we proposed that the 4%, and that 4% actually goes to assist the sugar industry. About 15% will be allocated for maintaining our factories. In terms of research and training, which will actually make sure that at least we have a variety that can be early maturing, that is the 12 months, we are allocating 15% to the Research and Training Institute. Now, when it comes to the most important, that is the cane development, we have allocated 40% to make sure that at least our farmers can have a source of credit where they can be able to develop the industry. Another very important is the board. The sugar board, which will be regulating the sugar industry, we have allocated 15%. We also have the issues of roads and the infrastructure in general. That one we have allocated 10%, but we have said that money the counties are not going to touch. It will be managed by KERA, and then the leaders within those belts can be able to decide which roads they are going to be made through that point. Then we also need to build democracy and advocacy within the sugar industry, and that is why we have said 5% will go to farmers' advocacy groups so that they can be able to have money to be able to propagate their issues. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, on the issue of the sugar bill, this is one of the bills that is going to have a radical change within the Western, the Nyanza, the Coast region, and some places in Rift Valley. So, for those few remarks, I urge members, let us discuss, let us debate this bill, but at the end of the day, we have done justice to the bill. We call upon all the members of this House to support the bill so that we can be able to expedite it, which can now move to the Senate for purposes of ensuring at least we have sanity in the sugar industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Honorable members, the sugar bill has attracted a lot of interest, and therefore the screen is full. I really want to ask you to be magnanimous enough to limit yourselves, if you can, so that more members can speak. Remember that at exactly 5:30 we shall adjourn, because adjournment motion. Let me give this next chance to the Leader of Minority.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to be very, very brief. Mr. Speaker, I've had a chance to go through this bill in detail. And let me start by saying that I was in this House together with a few of my colleagues here, like Honorable David Ochieng, Honorable Okoyo, Honorable, who else? Wangwe, of course, the mover of this, the initiator of this bill. I was in this House, in that Parliament, when AFA was created. The Agriculture and Food Authority Act was enacted in the 11th Parliament. And I was also privileged in that Parliament to have belonged to the Committee on Agriculture, which was initially chaired by my good friend, the current Deputy Governor of Kakamega, the Honorable who? Savula, Ayub Savula. And later on, after we sacked him, it was the first person to be removed as committee chair in that Parliament. After just some few months, we replaced him by the Honorable Nur Hassan of Mandera. Mr. Speaker, now with the benefit of hindsight, I can say that it was a mistake to have lumped together very many key sectors, sugar being included, under the umbrella of AFA. By so doing, we lost focus. And these critical sectors, especially the sugar sector, lost the attention it deserves. It deserves. Because the AFA Act killed the Kenya Sugar Board, as it was then known, and introduced what was merely a sugar directorate under AFA. Mr. Speaker, since the enactment of that act up to now, we have only seen the sugar sector going under and under, under and under. There's nothing to write home about this era of sugar directorate under the AFA framework. And therefore, I must thank the Honorable Emmanuel Wangui. The Honorable Emmanuel Wangui, the Venerable member for Navaholo and chair of one of our key committees, PIC. Mr. Speaker, this act, this bill, if of course it is passed and it becomes the Kenya Sugar Act, is introducing the Kenya Sugar Board with all its former powers and a redefined mandate and a more focused approach to the issues of sugar development. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I must say thank you, Honorable Wangwe, for playing your part as a legislator and being part of the history in terms of reviving the ailing sugar sector that is a source of livelihood to millions and millions of Kenyans, especially in the Western Kenya region, and particularly in my own constituency of Ugunja, where for a long time we have grown sugarcane, which has been processed by Mumias Sugar Company. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to go to the details of how the sugar sector has found itself where it is currently. I don't want to go to those details. But we must admit that there are fellas, there are people who have been responsible for the decline in the sugar sector. Those are the people we must watch out for, even as we enact this bill. Sugar has become a cash cow for the who is who in the leadership of this country. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the sugar sector has been milked dry by people in authority, right from the executive to this house, to the management of the various sugar mills, especially those publicly owned sugar mills. There are people who have become billionaires in this country, and we know them, as a result of the milking of the sugar sector. Some of the sugar factories in Western Kenya are on their knees as a result of pilferage, of theft by persons who are known. We know them. We know them. Some of them are now in UDA. They used to be in ODM. We know them. Yeah. And they go around flaunting their ill-gotten wealth, trying to intimidate people. We must call them out. We must call them out. Mr. Speaker, just spare me from the interventions of Honorable Baya and Honorable Chieng. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Wamboka wants to give me information.
Point of order.
He has information.
Honorable Speaker, I think the Honorable Wandai is doing very well. Is doing very well, and is saying things that Kenya would like to hear. But to the extent that he starts saying that they were in ODM, now they are in UDA, those people who killed the sugar industry, is actually going out of what a respectable leader like Wandai should do. He should stick to the facts. We have not inherited corrupt people from ODM. Corrupt people in ODM still remain in ODM.
Order.
We have not.
I think your point has been heard. Honorable Wandai, proceed. No, Honorable Wandai, proceed. No, he has no capacity.
No, I've allowed him. I've allowed him.
Proceed, Honorable Wandai.
The Speaker has declined. Just give him.
Proceed, Honorable Wandai. Many members want to speak on this.
Yeah. Just hold on, Honorable Wamboka. You will speak after me. The Honorable Speaker, I was just saying this, that some of those people who have milked the sugar sector dry, some of them were in ODM, but now they have found a natural home. They went to the natural home in Uda. And we know them, and you also know them, Honorable Bayer. You know them. Yes. We are not, who is speaking? We are not going to allow, even as we enact this bill or this act, for the old practices to continue. And we must put them on notice that sugar sector employs hundreds of thousands of Kenyans, and that millions of Kenyans derive their livelihood from that sector. Mr. Speaker, to show you the extent of this corruption, the extent of this blatant pilferage, take the case of Miwani Sugar Company. Miwani Sugar Company in the Nyando Sugar Belt, and particularly in Muhoroni constituency, represented ably by the Honorable Jamuku, James Onyango Koyo. Mr. Speaker, Miwani is in a sorry set of affairs. Miwani, as we speak, even though on paper is said to be a publicly owned company, even though Miwani is perceived to be a public company, long changed hands. It's no longer owned by the public. The majority shareholding was stolen by people whose names are known, by the registrar of companies, which have been named. Mr. Speaker, the land, the nucleus estate, including the land on which the Miwani Sugar Factory stands, to the tune of more than 9,000 hectares. 9,000 hectares of land that previously belonged to Miwani is now in the hands of a private entity. The name is called what? Crossley. Crossley Company Limited. That is owned by people who also have got interest in Kibo's Sugar Factory, are currently the purported owners of over 9,000 hectares of land that belongs to Miwani Sugar Factory, a factory that was owned by the public, land which was donated by our ancestors, our Luo ancestors. The Luo people of Miwani donated this land for the purposes of establishing Miwani Sugar Factory. How can you deprive the Luo of their land and give it to a Muhindi? How? Today I will name them. You are applauding me, so I will name them. How do you take over land that belongs to the public, a size of over 9,000 acres? I am told they were being assisted by some of my who? I don't know about that. But the fact of the matter is that unless and until the issue of Miwani Sugar Company land is addressed, there will be no reforms in the sugar sector, I can tell you. Because Miwani represents the ugly side of the sugar sector. And Mr. Speaker, you know this. You come from very close to that area. I wish you'd add me some 10 more minutes so that I can name more names. You will pick it up from where I leave it. Honorable Koyo. If I don't speak for the poor Luo landowners in Miwani, who will speak for them? And therefore, I'm not ashamed. You can call me a tribalist if you wish. But I must speak for the helpless Luo farmers and Luo landowners in Miwani. Why do you deprive people of their land and their heritage? Mr. Speaker, another issue that is the cause of the current state of affairs in the sugar sector is the fact that these players are just a cartel. The same people who are doing the sugar milling are the same ones who are doing the importation. I am being told one of them is a Rai family. How can you be a sugar miller and at the same time a sugar importer? How? How can you? What will stop you from sabotaging the sugar subsector so that you can be given a chance to import? And in most cases, the same characters are the ones who are given licenses for importation. You can go for the records, even in this new regime. Even in this new regime, if you go to the Ministry of Agriculture, those who have been given licenses to import sugar are the same sugar barons who claim to be millers and at the same time importers of sugar. Until and unless we deal with them, there will be no reforms in the sugar sector. And therefore, as I conclude, I wish to add Mr. Mills because I was derived of my... Mr. Speaker, I want to see the EACC. Yesterday, I took a lot of my time at the EACC headquarters in Integrity Center, trying to follow up on my friend Wycliffe Oparanya's case. And I was blocked from entering the EACC. Mr. Speaker, I would want to see the EACC in the same manner it is going for the Oparanyas, to even at a higher speed go for these fellas who have stolen money from the sugar sector, who have brought our sugar factories to their knees, who have killed the sugar sector in general. Mr. Speaker, I conclude that let us pass this bill, but be cautious. I'm happy for the first time that we're not going to see a situation where a directorate in AFA is managing the sugar sector without the mandate or authority or the power or the capacity. Now the sugar board is being recreated. I hope it will have the mandate and the independence to play its rightful role in the management and development of the sugar sector. Thank you. I support.
The Honorable Malulu Njendi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first of all want to thank Honorable Wangwe for reviving this bill, which was with us in the 12th Parliament. And I hope that this time around, after our deliberations, the Senate will fast track so that we can realize this bill becoming an act. Mr. Speaker, personally, I want to appreciate this bill for three things. One is the creation of sugar board. Secondly, the issue of a sugar levy. And then thirdly, the issue of a sugar research foundation. Mr. Speaker, when I was elected to Parliament in 2013, when it comes to development in my area, Malava, most of the roads, most of the bridges were being done by these factories arising from the sugar levy that was being committed by these factories. But since then, disbandment of the sugar board, Mr. Speaker, this actually died, and I was a victim of blame, personally as a person, that I'm not doing what was being done before, and I'm therefore lousy. Mr. Speaker, I also want to appreciate the creation of sugar board, because most of the issues are affecting farmers. Mr. Speaker, you will find that the area MP, myself, Wangwe, and the members in the sugar growing areas are always blamed for not actually representing farmers effectively because of not having the sugar board. With the sugar board, Mr. Speaker, farmers now will have a voice to present their own issues of interests through the so-called directors who will actually constitute this sugar board. Mr. Speaker, you are aware currently most of our sugarcane takes about 2 years on the farm. One time I visited Sudan, and I found that their cane takes about 9 months, is mature for harvest. I believe with this research, Sugar Research Foundation will be in a position to have persons who will do a lot of research so that we can actually maybe start planting those breeds that can actually take maybe 8 months, 9 months, that maybe can improve even the income of farmers instead of cane staying on farms for over 2 years. I want to thank members for their positive contribution, and I want to ask Parliament really this time around to be considerate of the farmers who grow cane, because currently where the people suffering, our farmers are suffering. For example, when you come to a place, factories have been closed, and they've been closed because we've not been having very clear policy in our areas. And when we have this sugar board and when we have this bill, then we'll have actually clear policies that will guide farmers when it comes to growing of cane. Otherwise, thank you, and thank you, Honorable Wangwe, once again.
The Honorable Martin Owino, you're next on the list.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The issue of sugar is very, very emotive. Mr. Speaker, I'm a product of sugarcane farming, when sugar was sugar. Right now, when the Crop Act was enacted, as Minority Leader said, it was a disaster. And the sugar industry nosedived. As we speak, so many children have dropped out of school because their parents cannot afford school fee. The impact of that has not been realized and may not be realized now. That's why you have so many young people wandering about without what to do. It is true that this enacting of this bill will repeal that Crop Act of 2013, and that will usher in the Sugar Board, which have representation of farmers. So when we talk of pricing, according to sucrose content, they will be a part of that decision, and that will make the sugar pricing. The other thing, as has been alluded with the Honorable Member, is the creation of the Research Institute. We are in a very competitive atmosphere, including commercial area, that if we don't research and come up with the right things to do, then we are lagging behind. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank this committee, especially the originator of this, Honorable Wangwe. The issue of levy as portioned, the 15%, the 4%, the 16%, which are going to support the farmers in research and all that, is well timed. Because even as we are struggling now, farmers do not get what they produce. They don't get any profit from what they are farming at the same time. But this will also help in credit and advances to the farmers so that they can do good farming. Mr. Speaker, one thing which I'm requesting that we look into when we come to clause 34 is the power which we want to give the CS to determine and gazette what levy to do on local production of sugar. I think if we do that, we will be giving a lot of power. Why don't we just specify, as it is specified for importation, 10%, which I think should go to 15%. So if it is 4, if it is 2, let us put it to the law, not giving leverage for the CS to make that decision. That is where corruption starts. So I think when it comes to the Committee of the Whole House, we can talk about that. The other issue, always, there is a problem in any setting, whether it's family or any community. There is always a problem. There is dispute. There will be dispute between sugarcane farmers and outgrowers, obviously, and with millers. And pricing has always been disputed. Contract farming has always been disputed. But this bill provides a tribunal which is going to preside over this. I think that is a progress. In closing, because I would like also members to be brief so that many members can finish this. If this is done, we'll have farm improvement among them, including Dewa, which is the main income is sugarcane. We'll also have farm inputs cheaper for farmers to afford. The farming operations, which is very difficult. Sometimes the weighing machine or the roads and all this will be taken care of by the board. That's a good thing. And lastly, the price stabilization. That will be a jackpot for all farmers. So with those few, I want to support this and encourage members, please be assured so that we can finish this and go to the committee of the whole House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Deputy Chieng, please be brief as much as you can, if you can, so that many members can speak on this. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm already brief, so I'm already quite short, you can imagine. Mr. Speaker, sugarcane is not just a product. Sugarcane is just not for the table. Sugarcane is a political product, always been, all over the world. In fact, there are only two barons in the world. They're either sugar barons, who are the most powerful, or drug barons. So sugar is not just sugar. And that's why I want to thank the Honorable Wangwe for taking his time to work on a bill, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I have an issue with the bill, not in terms of clauses, but in totality. That we have regulated sugar for too long, too much, giving so many people who don't even produce sugar so much say about sugar production. And even in this bill, Mr. Speaker, you don't see the voice of farmers. You don't see the voice of people who depend on sugar. Because we've made sugar management an elite exercise. Mr. Speaker, if we are to deal with sugar correctly, and at the right time I'm going to bring amendments, is that we must allow farmers to own the sugar factories. It's the only way. The idea that you're going to have Indians and some Bazungus owning sugar factories and hope that you're going to get a result, it will never happen. Convert Mumia Sugar Company into a shareholder that is owned by farmers who give it sugarcane. Sony Sugar should be owned by the farmers that are going to give that sugar company sugarcane. Miwani should be owned by the farmers, quality owned by the farmers, so that there's nobody in between them and their money, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, you can split hairs, we can declare sugar board, we can have so many bodies running, the tribunal, all these bodies, the CS, but if we don't make the farmer the center of sugarcane production, it will never work. Sugar importation. Let farmer societies, let farmers cooperatives be the ones to import sugar, not individuals giving licenses about quota-free, duty-free. It is a cartel-ridden industry that if we don't allow farmers to be the ones importing this sugar, again we'll be losing money. Because ask yourself, how much money is made every year when we allow duty-free, quota-free import of sugar? And why do we do it? It has no returns in it, Mr. Speaker. Sugarcane production, for example, in Nyanza, like Don Bondai has said, was done in government land. But now we've had ministers giving out land whenever they like, who gives the highest bidder. And where we are now, Mr. Speaker, in Siaya, for example, we got a huge place in Yala Swamp. That Heda Muzungu that set up the Dominion Farms. Mr. Speaker, Dominion Farms alone can produce more than 1 million jobs in Nyanza. But what do we do? Us politicians are the ones who are the most corrupt and have caused corruption in the sugar industry. Let nobody lie to you that there's a cartel elsewhere. It is in this house, it's politicians who import sugar, use money for their campaigns. So let no one lie to you that there's somebody in ODA or in ODM. It's all politicians who are dirty and using dirty sugar money. It doesn't have sides. In fact, the sugar money has no political party sides or tribal sides. And let no one lie to you that if I was a voter from Western Kenya, I would not vote for an MP who lies every election that I'm going to sort out sugar and I don't do anything about it and take money from sugar factories. Because that's what they have done most of the time. So, Mr. Speaker, we must be honest if we want to help the sugar farmers and institute honest, serious measures to ensure that the farmer is at the center of sugar production, Mr. Speaker. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand why government thinks that they should have a role in importation of sugar. They don't have a role in importing furniture, in importing cars. They have no role apart from levying fees. Why should government be poking its hands and heads every time in importation of sugar? Mr. Speaker, in Europe today, sugar beet farmers are the most subsidized. In America, the same. Sugar will always be subsidized. But in this country today, you hear, and I don't fear saying this, when you give tea farmers 4 billion, you give coffee farmers 5 billion, and then you throw to Mumia Sugar half a billion shillings and say you've helped them, you've not done anything. The sugar farmers have gotten the shortest end of the stick for a long time. You cannot be subsidizing huge, you subsidize miraa that just grows naturally in the trees, and you can't give sugar farmers what is their due. The Speaker, I sit in the Budget Committee, and we are going to demand going forward that enough money must be put to ensure that the sugar, because sugar industry, like I've said, Mr. Speaker, it's a political crop. It must not give us profits. It must not. But it must sustain the farmers. From the grassroots down there, it sustains laborers. At the factory level, it sustains technicians. At the human resource level, it sustains so many livelihoods, Mr. Speaker, and that's why all of us must have a stake in ensuring that sugarcane farming in Western Kenya thrives. You can have a population of more than 20 million people with no sugar industry. It never works. So, as we pass this bill, and request Honorable Wangwe that let us not stop at this, because the law, there has been so many laws on sugar. What will help us as people of Western Kenya is ensuring that enough money is put in the budget to deal with this. Number 3 is putting punitive measures on delay in payments of farmers. There are farmers who have died, committed suicide because they are not being paid. Weighing of sugarcane, transportation of sugarcane, issues that lie at the heart of sugarcane farming, Mr. Speaker. And so I want, as I finish, request that if we mean well, let's streamline research, technology, and ownership of sugarcane farms. Let's give these to farmers. And as politicians, let's lay our hands off the sugar industry. Let's look for money elsewhere. It's the same thing like maize. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support and hope that at the right time we'll propose amendment. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Koyo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the consideration. Mr. Speaker, on the onset, I want to take this opportunity to thank Honorable Mangwe and to laud him for his consistency. Why do I say consistency? Sugar has a lot of complications, vested and contracted and protracted interests. I was lucky to be a member of this parliament. This house is the 12th parliament. And this bill we are canvassing here today, we ably canvassed it in the 12th parliament, discharged it fruitfully from this house, and took it to the Senate, because sugar is an agricultural product, and agriculture is a devolved item. Unfortunately, and contrary to what my fellow members think, that this thing was disabled because of time, I know that because of protracted interest, those who have vested interest in the sugar industry who are against this bill use their good connections in the Senate to stall it and ensure that it's stalled in the end. And that's why we are where we are today. So I want to thank Honorable Monge for revising this bill, and I want to implore all members who mean well for this country that this bill means so well for the hoi polloi, who is a sugar farmer in the rural area. I represent people whose interest is sugar farming, sugar milling, and those who are working in the sugar industries. And there are so many. And when the sugar industry was booming, the livelihood was very good, and people were very happy. But unfortunately, a disorder was created temporarily by the ruling Mandarin, so that they can have excuse to make quick money from sugar import. At the time of canvassing this issue in Parliament, a disorder has been created in the sugar industry, Honorable Speaker, where a body that is supposed to be governing the running of sugar industry today, called Agricultural Food Authority, unilaterally came up with a directive without requisite room for people to discuss. Came with a directive that all the sugar factories were going to be closed, which was good enough to enable sugarcane to mature for the betterment of the industry now and in future. But unfortunately, while this was done and public factories were closed, one mailer is allowed, continues with the mailing exercise up to now. And this is going to create a lot of chaos in the sugar industry, more so in the Nyando Belt. And I want to use this podium to ask AFA to make sure that they rein in those who are disregarding this directive, and to make sure that in future consideration must be given, equal consideration must be given to all participants in the sugar industry. When this bill passes, and I believe like we did last time we'll pass it, we'll make sure it will bring a lot of improvements, because we are going to restore the sugar board. As and when the sugar board was active, the factories, which are when they are challenges, they would go to the sugar board and appeal for funding, which they got easily because sugar board has got money from Sugar Development Fund, which is deducted from each time sugar deliveries are made by the farmers. But this was discontinued when Sugar Board was disbanded, and with the reinvestment of the Sugar Board, the need will be sustained. We are with the biggest problem we have with the sugar industry today, and this I want to thank the CS. He ably talked here yesterday, the former CS. When he was there, together he came up with a task force that's led by the former Kakamega governor, Wycliffe Oparanya, and the Kisumu governor, Nyang' Nyong'o. And we ably canvassed this sugar, the who's benefiting the sugar industry, and came up with suggestions. The suggestions, one of them was we wanted the sugar industry privatized. But because of vested interest, like even today it is the case, I understand some sugar industries have been lined up. They want to be tax exempt so that all the tax will be written off and then they can be lined up for selling. But this, because of vested interest, this cannot succeed because the ruling mandarin, those who have money, have already lined up. They have already created companies offshore. The same Asians who are being used by the ruling mandarins here have already floated companies which they have kept them outside. So they want to come back as if they are the new people who are coming to buy the same factories at throwaway prices using their high political connections. So we want this to be done. We want the common man to be involved. The question of land to be addressed properly, such that if you want to take Chemelil, you must tell us, because we gave land a donation long time ago. We gave land for the purpose of milling sugar industry. If we are no longer going to build sugar industry, or we want to change hands, the sugar industry change hands, the public who donated land must be told what is the position of their land. Either they must be bought, or they must be given shares equal to the money that they gave. Then I now want to revisit the elephant in the room. My friend and minority leader ably touched live wire here, the Miwani Sugar Company. Miwani Sugar Company was the first company that was started in this country, followed by the one in Mombasa, Ramis in 22. Sometimes in the Nyayo regime, the owners of Miwani Sugar Industry left and fled the country, purportedly because they had debts, but sometimes we hear that some people who had vested interest, powerful people, blackmailed them, that they were involved, they financed the coup attempt in 1982. So they were supposed to be ready, and then they pumped fear in their chest and they fled away. Then later on, the company changed in miraculous happening, changed hands, and one Ketan Somaya purportedly bought the farm and became the owner. He appointed receiver managers, one after the other. And one of the receiver managers, the last receiver manager of Miwani Sugar Mills, is now the proprietor of Kibos Sugar Company. In miraculous circumstances, while he was here, some company purportedly made some supplies to Miwani Sugar Company and was not paid. When this matter came up, and Pierre Lumumba was still at the EACC, he launched serious investigations. These people could not be traced in India. They could not be traced here in Kenya. They were in hiding. Lumumba ordered and arrests were made. People were charged. Investigations were done. And they found that everything about this case was fictitious. As fictitious as the faces that were mentioned. And we went to court. People went to court. Up to the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal then was the highest court. The Court of Appeal gave a ruling that the land belonged to the public and that the Sugar Board would be the debenture holder on behalf of the public. How again we hear that a lower court which is supposed to be doing arbitration for land issues, sometimes came up and overruled in Kenya, overruled Court of Appeal by Mwera, which was judgment that was done by Justice Mwera. And they want us to believe that that is now the judgment. And that we should forgo the judgment that was done by Court of Appeal while the so-called Supreme Court had not been created, which was the highest. And that case was never challenged. And they want us now to believe that the case that was adjudged by a lower court. Some judge who until the other time was a drunkard around here in town. And then he was appointed, and we know the people that are using them. And we want to warn them. My ancestors donated the land. The people of Sido donated the land. The people of Kabar donated the land. The people of Kamagaga donated the land. If Honorable Wandai, my friend, if you have a friend you want to donate that land to, you have your ancestors' land, go and donate to your ancestors' land in Ugenya. Don't try this land. You have tried it. We are going to beat you. We are going to defeat you. And we are going to do everything to make sure that that land does not transfer to anybody. And that is the case. We will never allow. We will not be cowed. With a very vast interest in which time that we want to go for elections, matters come, oh, Mara, we want this land is changing hands from here to there, or we want to create this and that. We are aware. We are seeing through all those tricks. We know who are doing them. And we have sensitized our people. Recently, a very able receiver manager who has been running the place came. They tried this couple of corrupt Asians came, they were trying to take over Miwani. Then war came, and they were thrown out. The people were thrown out. Later on, a court of law is being used to prosecute the receiver manager for having beaten his employee. And because these were very high-handed, they arrested this man in a very terrible way. He was forced to be driven all the way to Nairobi, to be charged here in Nairobi the whole night. Just demonstration of power, that they are powerful. We want to know our might. Saying because this is but
the Honorable John Waweru. Let's get a voice from outside the belt also.
Mr. Speaker, some of us lodged in our cards here at 1:30 p.m. so that we can be able to contribute to this Sugar Bill 2022. And Mr. Speaker, it would be wrong for me to start contributing without first thanking the Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe. If he has ever done any job in this parliament, this is the job you came to do in parliament, Mr. Honorable Wangwe, representing your people and doing the work that they sent you here to do. Mr. Speaker, you have seen this debate has been totally emotive this afternoon, and for good reason, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the dominance of sugar as a commodity is very recent. Actually, if you look at the history of sugar, granulated sugar could have been used in India as early as the 6th century BC. However, it is only in the 19th century that the Europeans were able to bring refined sugar. And after that, the progress of sugar has been a bitter story of exploitation. It has been a bitter story of racism. It has been a bitter story of obesity. It has been a bitter story of environmental degradation, displacement of humans, and many other ills, Mr. Speaker. Kenya is not spared. That is why we find ourselves suffering what I would call the sugar curse. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to note that out of the over 12.5 million Africans who are kidnapped in the transatlantic slave trade, around half to even 2/3 of them were actually enslaved in sugar plantations. So sugar itself as a commodity has a very sweet and bitter history, Mr. Speaker, and we are caught up in that as a country. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate Emmanuel Wangwe for bringing this very timely bill to the House that seeks to provide for the development, the regulation, and the promotion of the sugar industry, and to provide for the establishment and the powers and functions of the Kenya Sugar Board and for connected purposes. Mr. Speaker, on the onset, I'd like to say I support. Mr. Speaker, having gone through this bill, I'm seeing that in clause 23, this bill is seeking to bring up and establish the Kenya Sugar Research Institute. If not for any other reason, Mr. Speaker, I'm supporting this bill because Kenya has to catch up with the world and even overtake the world in terms of the knowledge on the development of sugar, Mr. Speaker. Our industry today is extremely archaic, Mr. Speaker. That is why our sugar is not competitive, not in the local market, not in the regional market, not in the international market. This research institute ought to tell us, Mr. Speaker, why is it that we cannot have a short cycle in the plantations of our sugar, in our sugar belts, of a sugar crop that would grow faster, is harvested faster, and is produced, is processed faster. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the members representing the sugar belt, they will tell you that if they were brought up in a sugar farm that was 10 acres, today that 10-acre farm has been cut down to the size of a handkerchief, Mr. Speaker. And we are here talking about developing sugar. Mr. Speaker, the provisions in this bill that seek towards protecting sugar land must be protected, Mr. Speaker. And this research institute must also tell us how is it that we can grow sugar productively in smaller pieces of land, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, I will not prosecute this further. I will go to part 4, where on clause 29, there is a provision here that the board may appoint qualified persons to the crop inspectors, to be crop inspectors for the purposes of this act. And Mr. Speaker, in the third reading, I shall be seeking to amend this provision so that instead of reading may, it should read shall. Because this sugar inspector, as provided for in this amendment, in this sugar bill, Mr. Speaker, becomes a very critical individual. We should not leave it to the whims of the board to decide whether to appoint or not to appoint. I would want to make an amendment so that it reads shall, because we know the import of that legally and what it would mean. Mr. Speaker, in clause 35, there is the establishment of a fund to be known as the Sugar Development Fund. I would ask Honorable Wangwe to have a conversation with some of us who have seen funds domiciled under boards. Mr. Speaker, as you would know, in the Kika Act, under the Communications Authority, there is a fund provided for, known as the Universal Service Fund. Mr. Speaker, how boards interact with funds is a topic that needs to be studied before we take the route that we are taking. Honorable Wangwe, I will be seeking an aside with you so that we have a conversation on how to domicile this fund in a way that it does not compete for powers and does not conflict with how it operates with the board. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I've got to, and Mr. Speaker, I'd like to...
Order, Honorable. Let's hear what the Chair for Agriculture has to say.
Chair,
Are you rising on a point of order?
I would like to, yes, Chair. The Honourable Member, yes, Speaker, the Honourable Member has said that the board is likely to manage the fund. I would like to create comfort to all members. The board will not manage any fund. There is a commodities fund which will, into which the funds will be domiciled. The board will only be making proposals and the money will go to different users. Thank you, Honourable.
And Mr. Speaker,
you may proceed.
You'll allow me, and I really appreciate the information. But Mr. Speaker, there was an issue that came up here yesterday during the debate, where maybe as a House, we might need to protect our standing orders in such a way that whenever we have an intervention, it is very clear whether it is an intervention that is a point of order, after which a member must be required to cite the standing order. If it is a point of information, I would accept or decline to get the information. And if it is a point of argument, it can wait for the time when the member gets the opportunity to prosecute their argument. Mr. Speaker,
Absolutely.
I was coming to conclude, and I was coming to say that as we look at reforming the entire sugar space, it shall not be lost to us that they are perennial offenders that have gotten us into the problems that we are in. The historical governance improprieties that we know of individuals who have shut down sugar companies, pilfered in these sugar companies, and are working in this country free, scot-free, and in fact running for offices, in very high offices, Mr. Speaker. So even as we deal with this matter of the sugar bill, we also need to revisit the governance improprieties of the past so that these people are brought to book, they are brought on record, and they are persecuted if they need to be persecuted and dealt with as per the law. Finally, Mr. Speaker, as I said, sugar has its upsides and it has its downsides. We, the consumers, especially in the cities, have seen the effect of unbalanced or excessive use of sugar. Even as we form a research institute, may this research institute have a segment within the institute that informs the public on the ills of bad use of overprocessed sugar and the incumbent problems, health problems that come with that. Mr. Speaker, I can see Dr. Nyikal is in the house, and he can tell you that the morphology of human beings today, even in Kenya, has totally changed because of what we consume. So even as we are looking for the good and the benefits for the farmer, we who are in the cities are consumers. We might need to have people who inform us on the ills of overconsumption of refined sugar, and we might even want to revisit the whole idea of depending on granulated sugar rather than going for these overprocessed, bleached white sugar that has very negative effects on the people's health even as we go forward. Finally, Mr. Speaker, to the people in the sugar belt, I would like to call upon you, even as we are pushing for sugar belt, start thinking innovatively, start thinking creatively, so that if sugar becomes not a viable cash crop, you might want to think of what else you might want to do with the land that you have so that you are able to profitably utilize the little land that is left. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I want to stand under Standing Order number 95. Having listened to members of this House, myself having grown up as a product of sugarcane, and indeed going through what Honorable Wangu has put before this House, Honorable Speaker, and that we must move and jail very quickly the likes of Rai, the likes of Kidero, and I'm even told the likes of one governor from Honorable Wandai's home who has been built a house by one of these barons, Honorable Speaker, for the sake of our institutions, the Zoyas, the Mumias, I wish to call upon Honorable Wangu.
You're also on a point of order. Proceed.
I wish to, therefore, Honorable Speaker, call, before interrupted me, I said...
order, member, unless you are not serious with
I wish to call Honorable Wangwe to come and reply so that the likes of Rai, the likes of Honorable Wandai's governor are jailed.
Thank you.
I beg to call Honorable Wangwe to reply. Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Honorable, please, on your point of order, you need to move correctly, that you call upon the mover to reply.
Call upon Honorable Wangwe to reply.
No. You call upon the mover.
I call upon the mover of the bill, Honorable Wangwe, MP Navaholo, to reply. Thank you.
Honorable members, a member has risen from his place. Honorable Ruku order. This is a house of rules and order. Don't presume a seat that can also turn very fiery. That aside, our member has risen from his place and has called upon the mover to reply. And I think, is it the mood in the House that the mover be called upon to reply? Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will those of a contrary opinion say nay? Mover.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And with your indulgence, allow me to request that you just allow me to donate, even if it's 1 minute, to give to the Chair of Finance, and another 1 minute to give to the member for Lurambi, and 1 minute to give to the member for Funyula. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Wangwe, you have 5 minutes, so Finance.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Wangwe, for your indulgence and giving me a minute. I specifically requested to speak on this matter because the Speaker ruled last week in a communication that the Committee of Finance and National Planning, jointly with the Committee on Agriculture, looks at several measures that have been put in place to help the sugar sector. And one of the key ones, Honorable Speaker, if you have to help these sugar sectors, these sugar companies owe KRA 65.78 billion shillings in interest and penalties. These sugar companies are owed GOK 50.14 billion shillings. And therefore, even as we think about how to help this sugar sector, if the issues of the interest and penalties that are owed to Kenya Revenue Authority, the money that has been advanced to these companies by GOK up to 65 billion shillings is not addressed, then we will not have this particular sector get to work. But as I wind up, Honorable Chair, so that I give a chance for other people to contribute on this, research is very important. We cannot expect to grow sugarcane, the same sugarcane that was grown by our ancestors, by the colonial masters, and then we expect results. So that really has to be looked at. And again, I thank you, Honorable Wangwe, for being consistent in spearheading the needs of your people. Thank you very much.
Kamala, 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I don't know what I can do with 1 minute, but I'll try my best. I want to support the mover, Honorable Wangwe, because this bill is going to do a lot to cushion and to help our farmers in the sugar growing zones. Honorable Speaker, I stand here not just as a member of parliament, but as a farmer and an experienced farmer, and I know the plight that has fallen upon farmers in the sugar growing areas. Honorable Speaker, with this bill, one of the things that I really support is a mechanism whereby we can stop poaching of sugarcane. Because when we poach, or when we have millers that are poaching cane, that means that there is lack of raw materials. Honorable Speaker, some of these factories or millers that we see as factories, they are only but go downs where there is repackaging of sugar that has been brought in, and that is what is really ailing the sugar factory. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Wangwe needs to be applauded because we have, each area has a cash crop. And for Western, where I come from, our cash crop is sugarcane, and there can be no alternative. Honorable Speaker, the creation or reintroducing back Sugar Board, the Kenya Sugar Board, that is going to address the issues of the sugarcane farmers, because without that, there is a problem. And so, Honorable Speaker, in my conclusion, I say desperation is toxic, desperation is poison, and when you say, if we are desperate, let anybody come and help us to resolve our issues, it means that you can even say, if the devil can...
Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I had thought that you allow Mheshimiwa Oundo 1 more minute.
No timelines, don't allow, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I wish to really thank my colleagues most sincerely. There are very many of my colleagues who took their time to really want to contribute, but they couldn't make it. But we would want to seek, Honorable Speaker, that you allow during the committee of the whole House that very strong members, like the member of Mumias East, was not able to contribute because of time, but he had a lot of input into this bill. You allow him during that time, and very many other colleagues, Mheshimiwa Bensouda was very ready, and the rest. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I most sincerely thank my colleagues and wish to invite any of my colleagues who has any feeling of amendment. I will accommodate his amendment as long as it's within the provisions of the standing orders of the House. Otherwise, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I wish to thank and I beg to reply.
Thank you. It was in the interest of the Speaker as he directed that this bill needs to move, and you realize it's very important. That's why it's also attracting a lot of good attention in the House. The members who have not spoken on it, please, in the third reading, we shall really fix the law, so be there to now fix the law. Having said that, yesterday, a member rose from his place on Standing Order number 33, and it was ruled by the Speaker that at exactly 5:30, we allow Honorable Emase to move her special motion of adjournment. Remember, members, that in this motion of adjournment, every member shall have a maximum of 5 minutes to speak, and the mover shall have a maximum of 10 minutes, and there's no seconder. So is Honorable Emase in the House? Or the member who is standing between the Speaker and the member who wants to speak? Honorable Emase, you may proceed to move your motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion on a matter of national importance regarding the insecurity and killing of border riders and business people in Teso South constituency. Honorable Speaker, insecurity and the targeted killing of border riders has been on the rise in Teso South constituency, where frightful residents have been witnessing dastardly attacks and cold-blood murder of border riders and, in some cases, business people. Honorable Speaker, according to the reports, the gang has been targeting motorcycle riders, particularly Bajaj Boxer model. The gangs attack with crude weapons, killing them and dumping their bodies besides roads, in thickets, sugar plantations, maize plantations, and sometimes across the border in Uganda. After killing them, the gangs rob them of their motorcycles, and the survivors of the savage attacks have been left nursing threatening injuries. Honorable Speaker, all incidences involve riders who have purchased motorcycles from credit vendors who offer flexible payment plans. And incidentally, they are killed immediately they clear the loans or when they are almost through with the loan repayments. This pattern paints a probably well-coordinated collusion between some creditors and some criminal gangs to track targeted motorbikes, kill the owners, and repossess them for resale to other clients who might likely suffer the same fate as the initial owners. It is no wonder that whenever an owner of a motorcycle is killed, his motorcycle tracker is also immediately dismembered, making the motorcycle untraceable. Honorable Speaker, the spate of killings of border riders is making business a death trap, not just in Teso South constituency, but also in other parts of the country. In the last 1 month, at least 8 people have been killed and robbed of motorcycles, while 50 others have been injured. Among those who have fallen prey to this scheme are Mr. Emmanuel Ekisa of ID number 333245538 from Ekipor village,
Mr. Samuel Ongala of ID number 2664324 from Asriam Village. Mr. Stephen Sande of ID number 39721012 from Angorom Village. Also, Mr. John Bakwa from Angorom Ward. Mr. Bernard Ocheng from Siaya. He was also a boda in Busia. He was killed. Mr. David Ocheng from Siaya as well. Mr. Kyle Olubai from Agolot Village. He has gone missing. He went missing with his bicycle. Up to today, he has not been traced. Mr. Peter Maina, a businessman who was shot in his shop at Ojami Center. Honorable Speaker, this trend is worrying. And we cannot sit as leaders in this country and watch as young, vibrant, hard-working young Kenyans are being killed for no apparent reason. Honorable Speaker, Chapter 4 of the Constitution on the Bill of Rights is very clear. Article 26, 1 to 3, that everyone has a right to life and that no person should be, 1 to 3, should be deprived of life intentionally. Honorable Speaker, we know that transport, border transport is a very popular means of transport, not only in the rural areas, but also in the urban centers. And Honorable Speaker, over time, this business has evolved. And they play a very critical role in the transport sector, very significant in development of this country. And Honorable Speaker, the border sector is a major player in this space because it creates employment. Most of these young people who have been killed innocently, they are breadwinners in their families. They are the ones taking care of school fees for their siblings, putting food on the tables. And if we look at the country, the state in which we are today, statistics on unemployment by 2022 was at 5.5%. Universities continue to release graduates every year. TVETs continue to release graduates every year. Same to all other middle-level colleges. There is serious unemployment, and these young people are trying to create employment for themselves and for others. But going by what is happening, Honorable Speaker, this insecurity is not only affecting businesses, it is affecting livelihoods across the country. Honorable Speaker, as I approach conclusion, I want to say that there is a need, probably this is the right time for the Ministry of Transport and the Ministry of Interior to come together and develop a proper policy framework to manage, to govern, to regulate, to administer the operations of the border sector. Because despite its growth and evolvement over time, this sector is still, the border business, they are still operating as an informal sector within the transport ministry. There is very minimum legislation to regulate the operations of the border. The border riders must be able to operate in a secure environment where their lives and the lives of their customers are protected, so that together we can build the economy. Honorable Speaker, it is really very sad, and as I conclude, I want to send my condolences to all the families that have lost their loved ones through this unwarranted, horrifying scenes that we have witnessed in Busia County, Teso being one area that has really felt and suffered and lost majority of them. And Honorable Speaker, I just call upon the security agencies to do something about it and think outside the box and develop certain strategies that may help to address this menace. Probably it is time that the sector is organized such that when the border is leaving the stage, probably they should have designated stages where when the border rider leaves the stage with a client, it is known whom he is carrying, whom he is ferrying. So that when he is found dead, his body is collected the next morning, it is known who was he carrying? Whom was he ferrying? And to which destination? At this time where we have technology, we have the phones, we have the apps, it is possible to record everything and send to the office so that it is known who was being carried at what time to which destination. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I now call upon...
No, we don't need a seconder. You beg to move.
I beg to move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. To have the first bite on this one is Honorable Undo.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me opportunity. And I was going to complain bitterly because my card has always been on top all the time. And for obviously by either an act of God or deliberate mechanization, I was always being skipped. Honorable Speaker, let me laud my fellow member of parliament from Busia County for bringing this timely motion to debate matters of national interest. Honorable Speaker, the spate of killings in Busia County as a whole is not confined to Teso South alone. It cuts across the entire Busia County. It's an alarming situation that we, the leaders, have attempted to address, but not much success, Honorable Speaker. Busia Town is known to be the home, the originator of Boda Boda. Before then, we used to have bicycles, which were called then bicycles. If you never boarded and took a ride in a bicycle, you had not, in quotes, arrived. And if you never owned a bicycle, Honorable Speaker, you are not considered a man enough, and no girl would ever accept to talk to you if you didn't give her a ride on a bicycle. And I'm sure Honorable Emase got swept away on her feet with a ride on a bicycle. Honorable Speaker, the Boda Boda industry is an industry, is a sector that requires a lot of attention. I remember, Honorable Speaker, the last regime, the Jubilee government, made an attempt to bring sanity in the Boda Boda sector, to regulate for purpose of security and orderly conduct of the business. However, Honorable Speaker, the process was politicized by the Hustler dynasty narrative that essentially left them the way they are now. Honorable Speaker, they're vulnerable. A motorcycle with a passenger whom you have no record where this passenger is coming from. So therefore, many times, they are left on their own device. There are many, they cannot be policed altogether. And I totally agree with Honorable Mary Emase that there must be some kind of technology that we can allow them to be traced. For example, if you book an Uber or a Bolt or the taxi hailing, this has got an option, share location or share the trip. They must embrace that particular aspect. But Honorable Speaker, just to put the matter in perspective, the issue of Busia is not a transportation issue. It's a complicated matter to do with, number one, Honorable Speaker, smuggling. The border riders are the ones who are being used to smuggle. So many times when the deal goes bad, who is the first victim? The carrier of the merchandise or the illegal smuggled product. And Honorable Speaker, this is done at the protection of the police in Busia Town, protection of the Ngao officers, starting with the county commissioner and county commander. So we cannot come here as members of parliament, try to hide matters under the carpet instead of telling what the truth as it is. Honorable Speaker, we must address that manners. Citizen TV, and I think even NTV, aired the story very well. And of course, the beneficiaries, they are given their points, they are given part of the loot from smuggling, the provincial, the security organs at the Busia border point close their eyes. And the same applies, Honorable Speaker. It's not even contraband goods from Uganda, including bang. Is transmitted through the border using the border riders. Honorable Speaker, it's a matter that needs to be addressed. I sympathize. I feel sorry. Now the businessman who was killed and the killers were traced all the way in Turkana using a motorcycle that they drove all the way from Busia to Turkana. It's a security issue. We must address this matter directly to the security team at the county level. Honorable Speaker, many times these border motorcycles are actually stolen in the process of stealing the motorcycles, whenever the raiders, try to defend themselves, they get injured, they get killed. Honorable Speaker, we are still nursing about 10 border riders in Funyula constituency who resisted the stealing of the motorcycles by these thugs. And Honorable Speaker, many times these motorcycles end up in Uganda. And that's why the other day, with my people, carried out mob justice and killed somebody in Sufugwe in Budalangi who used to steal the motorcycles, take them to Sufugwe, and transport them to Uganda. So, Honorable Speaker, Mary Mase sits in the government. She must be in the forefront on talking to those guys who stopped us doing undertaking on a peaceful mandamano, instead of wasting following us with us flares on our heads. Let them.
I don't think Mary Mase is a security officer. Next to speak on this is Honorable Marwa Kitamaya. Is in the house? That means that this list may not be correctly be in place, and therefore let me ask the Honorable proceed. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much, because I was feeling
there is a challenge
a bit uncomfortable because I came here so early, Honorable Speaker. But nevertheless, thank you so much, Speaker. First I would like to thank my sister, who is also my neighbor, and quite a very able MP from Teso South, for bringing up, highlighting issues that affect our border, Honorable Speaker. Border industry is a very, very key industry indeed, because it accounts for a very huge transactions financially in this country. These are people who are always used when people feel that they want to achieve their own interests, but immediately after that, they are left to rot. These are the same people who help us, Honorable Speaker, during campaign times, during mobilization of our rallies, if we want to disseminate information to the people, these are the people who help us. Borders also play a very key role, Honorable Speaker. Down in the villages, there are also security by themselves. We've seen they've tried to help us, even people who steal, thieves, who have been lynched by this border. Of course, I believe in the rule of law, but at times, people who live by fire, they must also be extincted by fire, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is so sad, very, very, very sad, what is happening lately in this industry. These young men and sometimes also women are losing their lives terribly, Honorable Speaker. And on this, I want to urge our security apparatus, don't just focus on Changa and Bosa in the village. Don't just focus on small things that don't make sense in the village, Honorable Speaker. We want you to come and instill security in the villages, security in our towns, Honorable Speaker. The security agencies are now focusing on things that don't matter. And I wished the majority leader, who at times speaks carelessly, when he was telling most of us yesterday that our members are not here, I wish he was also here, so that he takes this to the government.
Honorable Member,
of William Ruto.
Don't address a person who is not in the house and cannot defend himself. Proceed.
But he was also addressing members who were not in the house yesterday, Honorable Speaker, that they must tell this government to prioritize security matters. They must tell the government to protect these young people who are losing their lives every day, Honorable Speaker. That they must stop hitting people who are demonstrating for the rights. They must direct those guns. They must direct those bullets. They must direct those cannons to the real culprits, people who are robbing innocent Kenyans of their lives, Honorable Speaker. I want the Minister for Interior to refocus his energies, to sit down with his people, to ask themselves if they are doing justice to this country. The might with which they land on people who are demonstrating constitutionally, Honorable Speaker, is amazing. That is the might we want them to land on these thieves, on these killers, on these drug peddlers who are killing our innocent young men and women, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Emase, it is indeed a very good motion you've brought, and it should not end here. We should move and demand for answers from this government. We should move and demand action from this government. Our young men and women are dying, and are dying very badly. Shame on the security system of this country. Shame on this government that cannot help their people. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support Honorable Emase. Indeed, wewe unaweza. Thank you so much.
The Honorable David Kiplagat Soy. Not in the House, the Honorable Peter Kihungi Kangema. Oh, then we should have the Honorable Makali.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also weigh in on this motion by the Honorable Member for Teso South, the Honorable Mary Emase. Honorable Speaker, border sector is a critical sector in this particular country. I can say for a fact that were it not for participation of members of the border sector, I will not be in this House. In supporting the motion by the Honorable Mary Emase, who stopped short of telling all of us to rise in honor of all those ones who have died, all those border men and women who have died out of these vicious attacks, I wish to say this, Honorable Speaker. One, it is the responsibility of any government to provide security, safety of people and property. The last 6 months in my own constituency, I can count a total of 10 burials I've attended where borders have been killed in a very savage manner. And out of those deaths, no single person has been arrested and arraigned in court on charges of murder or theft or robbery as of those cases. That now begs the question, where are our security and investigative agencies? The security and investigative agencies are concentrating on arresting borders who are found maybe operating out of time, but they are not giving it a very, very serious approach in protecting them, because these borders do not choose to be borders by them. Assist to us, many other people, to traverse areas where the ordinary vehicles could not be able to reach. But you see, we must come and be alive to the fact that criminal gangs have invaded the border sector. So the government agencies should be able to move in and be able to particular country. But what can we do as a house? We have the national industrial, and latching on Honorable Emase's motion, we need to develop a policy and legislative framework, and we even have laws that are supposed to govern the border sector, so that we do not have criminal gangs invading this particular infiltrating this particular border sector, so that the innocent borders are losing their lives because of criminal gangs who have invaded this particular sector. We will be urging, and we'll be moving on and maybe liaising up with Honorable Emase, that we conduct serious public participation so that we can be able to come up with a legislative framework that should be able to guide the operations of the border sector, so that we don't only want to regulate the border sector by virtue of licensing. We need to involve the MAP and create a legislative framework where the border people can feel they are part and parcel of this country, they are people who are earning a genuine living, and their lives and property is secured. We need also to consider, moving into insurance. Most of these border people who have died, they have left families destitute. They have left children who are not going to school. People have been orphaned. People have been widowed. We need to move into maybe create a mandatory insurance framework so that if the eventuality happens, we need to have a pool from which these families can actually be able to be compensated resulting from these particular misfortunes which they never invite to themselves. Honorable Speaker, I wish to support this particular motion by Honorable Masse and say one thing: the security agencies should be able to pull up. Pulling up not only in harassing borders, but in involving them in security matters so that we can be able to protect ourselves and protect life and property. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Geoffrey Ruku. Or you are not ready to speak on this?
I'm ready, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. Border industry, Mr. Speaker, or sector, is a major sector in the Republic of Kenya. And these are young men, and also we have a few of young women who are in this industry, and they are doing a good job to ensure they put food on their table, and not only food on their table, to ensure they take care of their families, and to ensure that their kids, they go to school out of this business, Mr. Speaker. And when we have that kind of level of insecurity in this sector, and more so in the constituency, which is represented by the honorable member, insecurity anywhere is insecurity everywhere, Mr. Speaker. This is something which needs to be taken with a lot of seriousness to ensure this industry not only thrives, but supports livelihood of the families of the Republic of Kenya. We know, Mr. Speaker, the end of state and the president is very keen in ensuring this sector of border is well entrenched, and the cost of running business within the border industry is reduced. And that's why the e-mobility is a key element which is championed by Kenya Kwanza government. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the security arms, the investigative arms of this country must make sure all the border businessmen or young people in this sector are taken care of. I know in my constituency, the mighty Better North, we have quite a number of young men in this industry. And these young men are doing tremendous job in supporting their families, Mr. Speaker. And when insecurity is a concern, when you hear a young man, border is stolen and killed, this parliament should be in a position to invite the IG, the Inspector General of Police, to come and explain what he's trying to do to ensure there is no heinous crime within that sector. Mr. Speaker, I know this sector also is extremely invaded by unscrupulous businessmen who are leading young men, what you may call shyrock, Mr. Speaker. And when the border rider or the owner is unable to pay, or he gets rate within a week to pay some of these shyrock very high interest loans, the kind of treatment which these young men are facing is extremely bad treatment, inhuman treatment, Mr. Speaker. And we should also, this House should be able to come up with a regulation, with a directive, that no businessmen within the sector of border who are charging the young men loans or interest in loans which are above the central bank interest rate, Mr. Speaker. We have seen the other day a photo which was circulating in the social media, a young man who owned a border being tied at the back of the border by a render, by a shyrock, because of defaulting to pay some of these loans, Mr. Speaker. So it's not only the insecurity, Mr. Speaker, but also the shyrocks which have offended in the villages in unsuspecting young men who want to work hard and support their families, enticing them with very expensive loans,
which they cannot be able to repay by the money they get on a day-to-day basis. Mr. Speaker, I support this adjournment motion, and I thank the Honorable Emase for coming up with this very timely discussion of the national importance. And let's call the IG and also the minister in charge of regulating the small-scale businesses to ensure there is no skyrocketing as far as the sector of border is concerned. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Bissau Kakai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Today, all of us in this House, including you, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are here courtesy of this industry. During our campaigns, when we were setting out our agenda, the greatest group that helped us spread this agenda were the borders. When it came to the election time, the movement for the voters and everything else was through these borders. Today, our economy is driven by the involvement of these borders, our livelihood. Basically, what is happening, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have abandoned our employers. But as they always say, when you cross the bridge, don't burn the bridge because you'll need it. There's what we call a return journey. We cannot afford to give a blind eye while we see the border industry being brought down. And I want to thank Mheshimiwa Emase for bringing this particular important bill. And it's not unique to Busia County. In my community constituency, Trans Nzoia County, the borders are going through the same story. And it's so painful, Mr. Speaker, standing here as the chairperson for peace and security in the Great Lakes, elected by 12 parliaments. Only last week, we were in the Congo briefing His Excellency President Tshisekedi on the issue of peace. So it's very painful. While outside, we are there spreading peace, but in our own backyard, our own employers, borders, they don't even have peace. And again, in line with the current government, where we talked about bottom up, we expect that priority is given to this particular sector. And what we expect is not only investment in the human component, but we want to see, we've got now a fully fledged ICT ministry in collaboration with the Internal Security Ministry. We want to see modern technology whereby these prone crime areas are actually be able to be captured. And again, Mr. Speaker, we've seen situations whereby we are even sending policemen to peacekeeping missions. Are we saying that we are liking more non-Kenyans to Kenyans? We want to see more investment in our people to protect that. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we want to see the regulation, because apart from the security situation, there are issues of acquisition whereby the interest rates are very, very high. You'll find that part of the insecurity is where most of these borders are even running away because their bikes have to be taken because of non-payment. So we would like that this issue of insecurity also caused by road accidents or being insecure because of poor economic livelihoods, that is looked into. And most important, the issue of insurance. Hardly a day passes without getting an issue where a border has been hospitalized or a border has died. The young family, we have to come in. And I think I'm seeing Mheshimiwa JK also nodding on the other side, because I'm sure the situation is all over the county. So we also need to have some good regulations, not just on acquisition, but also the issue of insurance cover, so that we take care of these people. But most importantly, They always say that usimtukane mkunga na uzazi ungalipo. These border borders are our employers. We will need them. We must support them, and we must stand up for them, and especially based on the government that came up talking about bottom up. We must stand up, and again, as it's been proposed, we need the relevant ministries to come here and tell us exactly what they are doing, because this is a national issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The Honorable Adan Haji, Mandera West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. The motion by Honorable here is very timely. Border currently is the engine of our economy. When the economy has gone down, I think one of the most important factor to bring up the economy from the bottom to up is by putting the border in a stream and streamlining it and putting it in a strategic manner so as to help themselves and to help the country to grow its economy. This problem is everywhere. The problem of theft. Last night in my constituency, Mandera West, Takaba, a border was stolen and the owner was seriously injured. And it crossed to the neighboring country, and it is gone. So this issue is everywhere in Kenya. On the other hand, the border themselves have also to be very careful in that they are trying to sometimes use unorthodox ways of trying to earn money, which can bring another insecurity. Also, traffic accidents caused by border is just terrible. Even here in Nairobi, as you drive, you see one border overtaking you from the right and another one from the left. And when the roads are narrow, you don't know where to turn to. And in every county in this country, there is a ward or two, which is called border ward, which hospitalizes victims of border accident. And that is also needs to be put in place. As my colleagues have already said, we must put some effective legislative measures in place so that the border we harvest its benefits since it is very beneficial to the economy, and we limit its other negative side effects. As it has also been seen everywhere, sometimes the border riders or border owners, when they are not able to repay their loans, and then they themselves organize. I have seen it in my constituency. They themselves organize for their border to be stolen, and it crosses to the neighboring country, and they can just come back here and say, you know, the border is gone. And most of them are not insured. So in terms of trying to bring legislation to border, I think comprehensive insurance of border has to be put in place in the legal framework that needs to be put. This motion that has been brought by my dear colleague here, I think needs to be moved forward to an extent whereby we come up with serious legislative framework to make sure that the border themselves, the owners and the riders are safe, and to make sure that we harvest maximum benefit from the economy of scale, which the border has. In every small town, there are hundreds or thousands of borders. And that means there is a big economy of scale where this country can benefit from it. But there should be some order. There should be some legislative framework. One thing we have observed is that our security forces harass these borders, they loot the little that they collect, and ultimately, the border boys and girls are a very frustrated team. That also can only be stopped by putting effective legislative measures in place. With this, I stand to support. Thank you so much.
Very well. The Honorable Andrew Okwome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me add my voice to this motion brought by the member of Teso South, and I support what you have done, Madam. She's wonderful. Now, I look at border riders as Kenyans who deserve life until God, the time God gave them in this planet. It is sad that some of them lose their lives for no fault of their own. In the course of their duty, they die, just because somebody wishes to do that. Somebody with bad intention, somebody who enjoys seeing the dead. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the transport being provided by the border is very important. Border is the most used mode of travel in Kenya as far as local travel is concerned. If you look at each community, you will find that most of the people in any area use border more than anything else. A loss of life there is a loss in many things. I want to look at border also in terms of contribution to the GDP, that is the economy of this nation. Their contribution is significant, and therefore we cannot take them light. Because of this, they need protection so that their effort can give us more in order that Kenya can develop. I appeal to the government to look at border in a more serious manner. Border can also be used in quelling criminality. They can help in identifying criminals who want to use them or who have been using them to escape the scene of crimes committed. We should not just look at them for transport alone. They can be useful in many other ways. In my own area, where police could not get a criminal, the border, after we had appealed to them, managed to arrest a criminal for us. This being the case, I don't want to take border lightly. And the other very important thing for politicians, border has contributed much in their success in the election. When you are campaigning, you want border. You use the border people as a mode of transporting your people and also for a show of strength, political strength. So border is significant to us as politicians. And that's why I say that we as politicians, we must give these border people the maximum support possible. If we don't do this, suppose border disappeared today, in the year 2027, a number of the candidates, those who are here and outside, would find it very difficult to campaign. I therefore want to look at border in a very wide perspective. So we need to protect them. We need to make sure that their lives are protected. Let me appeal to the IG and the other security apparatus to ensure that border are not taken lightly and allowed and that they are not allowed to risk their lives by just people killing them at will in the manner the Teso South MP explained. I know my time is up, but I urge all of us to join together to ensure that the security net is widened enough to cover the Boda people.
Very well. The Honorable John Waluke.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance also to contribute on this about our sons who are being killed. Honorable Speaker, from onset, I want to support this motion, and I also want to thank Honorable Amase, Mary Amase, for bringing this. Honorable Speaker, this thing of killings has been there for a very long time, like it used to be in Bungoma some time back, Honorable Speaker, and the security came up seriously to trace the killers, because these motorbikes, when Boda was being, after being killed, most of these motorbikes were found in Mombasa, and they were removing their engines to put on the ports. And now it is found in Turkana. The government must seriously take action, Honorable Speaker, to protect these young people who are jobless. They have struggled, and they are struggling, Honorable Speaker, to make sure that they use Boda to take care of their families due to lack of employment in our country. And Boda, Honorable Speaker, it plays a very big role on our GDP. They contribute over 10 billion shillings on our economy. And they must be protected, Honorable Speaker, because the work of the police, Honorable Speaker, is to take care of the Kenyan people and also their properties. They have failed, Honorable Speaker, because these people have been killed, as the report from the Honorable Amase, for a very long time. Many of them are being killed almost every day. And the police are there in Busia. We cannot say that the security apparatus are not there. Some time back, Mr. Speaker, if I can reveal,
I doubt whether he has consumed all his minutes.
No, it's not yet 5 minutes, Madam Speaker. It's only 1 minute I've spoken. Yeah.
Well, it was not 1 minute.
So, Madam Speaker, give me some more, because this story affects us from Western, where Honorable Amasa has come from.
Honorable Waluke, member for Sirisia, you still have 3 minutes.
Oh, yes, very good. Madam Speaker, one time, Honorable Madam Speaker, in my constituency, there was theft of animals, cows. Every night, people complain. And the person who was doing that was the DC by then. The DC himself, plus the chiefs. They slaughtered one time, they stolen coffee. They went to a coffee factory and stolen coffee with a lorry. And Madam Speaker, to trace this, it was the DC who was stealing the animals, who stole coffee. And they planned with some people from Bungoma, and they came and killed slaughtered people like chicken. So the security apparatus of Busia must be checked. And we are telling the Minister for Interior to make sure that they are transferred and action has been taken to protect our sons not just to be killed that way, the way they are being killed, Honorable Speaker. We need to call a spade, and even members of parliament in this house must come out seriously, because this thing affects all of us everywhere in the country, because there are borders everywhere in this country, Madam Speaker. We need to protect these young people who are trying to survive, who are trying to create jobs for themselves. Some of them have finished even the degrees, but because they don't have employment, that is the only job that they have created for themselves to make sure that they earn a living to put food on the table for their families. So, Madam Speaker, the House must at least, like myself, I use them during election time, Madam Speaker. They are very important. When we are taking the voters, they really help. And these people, Madam Speaker, they can make you pass where the vehicle cannot be able to pass. These border are very important to us as a nation. And with what they are doing, with what they are contributing to the GDP, we need to support them. And I support this motion, and let the House be also supportive. And the security must be serious on what we are talking about, the lives of the people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Waluke. The Honorable James Nikal, member for Seme.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving this opportunity. Let me start by thanking Honorable Emase for bringing this. The situation of border is the same across the country. And border industry is very important, particularly in rural economy. It's not just that they create employment for themselves, but basically the business in the rural areas is on the border people. They mobilize farm produce, they move farm produce, they move they move equipments, they move shopping materials. Basically, anything that is happening in the rural areas is actually by the border. They are basically
Honorable KJ. You are doing a very good job. But I would like you to give the Honorable Nikal time to think so that he can make his contribution.
Okay. Basically, they are actually the wheels of our rural economy. So their safety, Madam Speaker, must be guaranteed. We must support them in all ways. They are actually not only neglected in terms of security, but even in terms of health, in terms of insurance, even in the transport industry itself. Whereas the police may think that by going lenient on border people, they are actually supporting them. In fact, they are a great danger to their health. These people suffer great health problems through the industries. You go to, the member said, they actually are wards in every hospital for border people, and they have no insurance. Many of them do not have insurance. We have not organized them in cooperatives so that they can actually get cheaper loans. That is what we really need to do for them. Now, in terms of organized industry, we cannot tolerate in terms of organized crime, we cannot tolerate organized crime in any sector, least of all in the border sector. Insecurity in the border industry in our rural setting is insecurity in the whole area. What if they decide to take the law into their own arms and organize themselves, which they can do? Sometimes they are even accused of that. So we must make sure that the border industry is actually protected. The fact that so many of them have been killed, and not only in Busia, but in other places, and that no investigation is done, nobody is taken to court, or if they are taken to court, nothing happens. Basically, in my mind, what that means that there is failure to investigate properly. And sometimes I suspect that there may actually be collusion. How can it happen, what Honorable Massey is describing, in an area where there's a complete security system, starting from the commissioners, the deputy commissioners, the chiefs, the assistant chiefs, the clan elders, the district criminal investigation officers, the NIS. In that setting, how is it possible that this thing will happen and nobody can really put a finger on it? It just reminds you of the issue like Shakahola. So, Madam Speaker, I think the security system must come up not only in Busia, but across the country to protect the border people, to protect all the people that are in this industry. And more importantly, I think we must start looking at organizing the border people in cooperatives, register them cooperatives as was tried, so that if the border people saved just 50 shillings a day, each one of them, the amount of money they'll be raised will be so huge, they will not need to go to these expensive loans. The Shylocks would not get to them. Therefore, Madam Speaker, let's support them, and I support this. And Honorable Massey, I think we need to take this further and look at the whole area of supporting the border industry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Nyikal. Now it is the opportunity, the Honorable John Waweru, member for Dagoretti South.
Honorable
the person
Speaker.
that I've identified is called the Honorable John Waweru, KJ, member for Dagoretti South, and
Thank
my
you very
college
much.
and my college mate.
Thank you very much. And Madam Speaker, I've got to confirm that you are indeed one of the brightest stars in our classroom, and you went on to proceed beyond the undergraduate to very high levels of education. You are one individual we are proud of in our alma mater, Kenyatta University, and I must affirm that, yes, you are my classmate. Madam Speaker, this issue that has been brought to the floor by the Honorable Mary Emase is a critical matter. It cannot be taken lightly. Madam Speaker, what is happening in Busia is only a microcosm of what is happening around the country. Madam Speaker, since the inception of border, we have seen tremendous growth in that sector. But even with the growth, we have seen very big hazards that have come up with the expansion of the border sector. Key among them have been insecurity. The issue of what we call Shylocks is another hazard that has developed out of the growth of the border sector. The twin issues of insecurity and Shylock compounded together have now been leading to accidents, maiming, and now we are seeing in Busia deaths. Madam Speaker, this issue is complex. Even as we debate it here as a motion, the Honorable Mary Emase must find out a way of escalating it into either a petition or a request for statement where this matter must be attended to from the committee and escalated all the way up to the Commissioner of Police and the CS of Interior. Madam Speaker, the loss of one life is one life too many. Here we are not talking of one life. We are talking of life upon life being taken because a border rider has either fallen prey to a Shylock or a criminal or both. Madam Speaker, as we look at the space of the border, it cannot be overstated the use of the border in this economy. The border is offering transport. The border is offering logistics solutions. The border is even organizing for community policing, Madam Speaker. This border, if we were able to attend to the matter that Honorable Mary Emase is bringing here, we might take it to be, we might even be able to derive a silver lining out of the tragedies that we are seeing. How would we do that, Madam Speaker? Is by addressing this issue as a policy issue that needs to be seen nationally. Today, in the urban cities, we are trying to manage our border sectors border riders in Dagoretti South is very dissimilar from how the Honorable Wakili Mwanje is organizing in Embakasi West, meaning that there is no coordinated approach to the border issue. Madam Speaker, we have millions upon millions of young people in this industry. We can no longer ignore it or leave it to the whims of their own operations, imagining that they will organize themselves. If the laws won't do it, then policies must. Madam Speaker, I would like to finally mourn with the Honorable Mary Amasi, congratulate her for bringing this matter and stopping the business of the House for us to debate this very critical issue. But most importantly, Honorable Mary Amasi, you must escalate this beyond a 0-hour debate, beyond a motion, so that it is attended to in the right place, either by the committee or even escalated higher to the Commissioner of Police and the Interior Ministry, so that we can have a holistic approach to how we police this sector of the border sector. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable KJ. The Honorable Betty Maina, member for Murang'a County. Please pass the mic to the Honorable Betty Maina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the motion by Honorable Mary. The border sector is a sector within all our constituencies and our counties and our country. And I wish to appreciate the good job they do to us. And I wish to appreciate the young men who have decided to take up the responsibility of employing themselves other than engaging or indulging into criminal activities. However, Madam Speaker, this is a sector that is facing very many challenges. Beyond being criminalized, or beyond very many other criminal activities that happen within the sector, this sector needs a national umbrella to be regulating the sector. In most of the times, we witness some criminal activities that happen. For instance, I can give an example. There are incidences you'll find a person has hit a border person. Action of mob injustice is undertaken to that particular driver by the whole sector, and there is no discipline that is instilled to the sector or to the border people that surround that area. That notwithstanding, Madam Speaker, these young men, there are also very good, very many young men within the sector who have decided to employ themselves, create opportunities, and also help us in movement and making our work easier, efficient, and who are very reliable. Madam Speaker, I would wish to request that we need to protect these young men. It is about time we begin protecting lives in this nation. We have begun a trend of discussing people losing life as if life can be regained or can be recovered at some point of time in life. Madam Speaker, the IG of police need to protect these young men. It is a constitutional provision that lives must be protected. It is very bad, Madam Speaker, when you talk about border people being killed because maybe a certain Shylock had lended them money, and maybe when they are just about to finish paying their debt, their creditors, maybe, as it is said, maybe their creditors are the ones harming them. Madam Speaker, are these umbrellas, are these creditors licensed and authorized? Are these people we call Shylock authorized to lend these people money? If we have a law that governs this nation and some of these activities are criminal, are we taking the right actions to protect our people? Because, Madam Speaker, most of the Shylocks have made people broke. Most of the Shylock have been undertaking this illegal business, and nobody is taking action against them. So, Madam Speaker, I rise to support the motion, and I also rise to say that even these Shylocks should be taken upon, the law should take action to these Shylocks because they are not authorized to lend this money. Thank you.
Very well, member for Murang'a County. The Honorable Mark Mwenje, member for Embakasi West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to congratulate and also at the same time, unfortunately, mourn with the Honorable Mary Emase for bringing this motion, and I mourn with her for the loss of her constituents. Honorable Speaker, the issue of borders in this country during the Kibaki regime became, that's when this industry really took hold. And today, Honorable Speaker, this is a multi-billion industry in this country. It employs the young people in our country. It drives the economy in the informal sector. There is nothing nowadays that you can deal with, whether it is Mama Mboga, whether it is in the Juakali sector. All this rely on the border sector. So it is such an important industry, even for us as members of parliament. Every now and then, we need to communicate with our constituents in different wards, pass information. We use these borders. And that's why this is such a timely motion, and it's important we look at it. Honorable Speaker, a lot of people take loans. A lot of these border riders, they take loans. And some of these loans are paid on a daily basis. They pay 500, some 300, some 700, depending on the deposit that was placed, whether it is 10,000 or 15 or 30,000. And Honorable Speaker, like every other person or every other industry in this country, Honorable Speaker, we do have at times where the economy is not doing very well, and people default. These defaults are not unique. They happen to loan. People have taken loans of 100, 200 million and above, including somebody who's defaulting for a payment of 500 or 1,000 or 2,000. And Honorable Speaker, it is during that time that these people take advantage. They prey on these young people. That the moment a border rider has defaulted for a period of 5 days, then the sharks descend upon that young man. Regardless of whether the fact that he has paid this loan for such a long period, paid even 100,000 or 150,000, Honorable Speaker, I'll be able to tell you that for some of these loans, it is usually a price of 200,000 when you've taken this loan. So the person who's acquiring this border ends up paying actually quite more and way above the price. But the moment they start defaulting, nobody cares for the fact that they've paid 150,000. It is the default of that 5,000 for a period of 10 days that makes them vulnerable. And all of a sudden, people start targeting. So it is important to note that there is a cartel, and the Honorable Mary Emase has pointed it out very well. There are people who go out and map out those border riders who are unable to pay, and they become victims. I have seen it in my constituency, I've seen it here in Nairobi, and I'm sure that is the case the countrywide, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is time we put a legislative framework that will govern this specific industry, ranging from the loans, ranging from the circles, and how they operate. And I want to note what Honorable KJ has said, because he's just picked right what everything that I'd written here, that we don't have a proper framework of operation of borders. You can be sure that there are borders stolen from Dagoretti South, stolen from Bakassi West. They end up in Uganda or taken to far-flung areas. So this is a problem that is replicating everywhere. It is important, Honorable Speaker, that we protect these border operators, that we look at our boundaries as a country and ensure that these borders, no border from Kenya should cross into Uganda or any other country without the knowledge of this government and the relevant agencies at the borders, the border points, so that we ensure we protect our border operators. So I want to congratulate the Honorable Emase and tell her it is time, this is a start, and we will support her moving forward. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Embakasi. The Honorable John Gitonga, Member for Manyata.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I also rise to say pole to the constituents of Honorable Mary Emase on this issue. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say that it is not an isolated issue in the constituency where Honorable Emase serves, but it's an issue that is touching almost all the other constituencies around Kenya where the border sector is vibrant. Honorable Speaker, when I hear us spending an afternoon speaking about the border, I feel so happy that I came to this house. Because, Honorable Speaker, it is for these reasons that I also asked the people of Manyata constituencies to serve them. When we were running around campaigning, Honorable Speaker, one of the most reverberating words were the borders, the mama bogas, and those other hustlers. And Honorable Speaker, this house must really stand tall on the campaign mantra of what almost both sides of the divide were asking for the votes from the people, Honorable Speaker. The border sector, and Honorable Speaker, mark you, myself, I have been a border rider because in my third year of university, I actually rode a border at Babadogo and actually paid my hostel and my upkeep in the university. And these are the people that really require our support as a house. And I'm happy that we are talking about their security. But we have to call it like it is, Honorable Speaker. The biggest challenge is our police officers. Honorable Speaker, if there are people who face the wrath of the police in this country, are the border people, Honorable Speaker. Because the moment even a border is lost, and you find cartels that are driving in terms of stealing of borders, a police officer must be in the middle of all that problem. And Honorable Speaker, I'm calling upon the government and us as the legislators to really try to put this sector that is thriving in this country in order, Honorable Speaker. I want to see us trying to protect the border sector from the what I'm calling Shylocks and people who are stealing from them. Honorable Speaker, I have a young man in my ward, where I come from, Ngeda ward, that borrowed 15,000 Kenya shillings and bought a border. He paid that border to an amount exceeding 85% of what he's supposed to pay, Honorable Speaker. But then, to the shock of many, the border got stolen. And one of the companies, and Honorable Speaker, I will not fear mentioning the company, what to credit, took the insurance money that the border had, never gave even a single coin to that border person. And Honorable Speaker, even today, that man has never recovered from the loss of his border that was giving him his livelihood. Honorable Speaker, through the unfortunate event in Mary Emase's house, constituency, Honorable Speaker, we are discussing this issue. But I will really plead with this house not to stop at this juncture of this motion. But Honorable Speaker, push it further. Let's, in as quick as possible, get some regulations that are going to protect our people. I'm happy with the call by the President to go for electric bikes, Honorable Speaker, because that will make sure the border sector has even made more money, because this is our last mile transportation means as a country, where it gets to every village, every single ditch, and every single corner of this country. I would pray, Honorable Speaker, we follow this, all of us, because we have all these people in our areas, and it is important to ensure, Honorable Speaker, they feel to be part of the government, Honorable Speaker, and part of this country. Honorable Speaker, I propose also a formation of Nyumba Kumi for boda bodas, so that in the security issues, themselves are taking charge, instead of having, Honorable Speaker, the police that are right in the middle of many cartels that are.
Thank you very much, Member for Manyata. The Honorable Jared Okello.
Madam Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity, and on the same breath, join my colleagues in congratulating my sister, Honorable Emase Mary, for coming up with this most important and timely motion. Madam Speaker, this kind of crime is not peculiar to Teso South, or by extension, Busia County. This is an organized crime that has percolated the entire country. And wherever you go, you hear cases of crime touching on boda riders. And it is so organized that the trend seems to be quite the same. Whatever happens in Embakasi West is what you hear happening in Nyando constituency, and is the same thing happening in Busia and also in other parts of the country, where boda riders have become the target of some indoctrinated grouping whose main objective is to kill them and steal away their bikes. Madam Speaker, it is quite interesting that even the bikes that they have, which to a common degree are on loan, are fitted with gadgets that can trace where those bikes are. But each time the bikes are stolen, they realize that the gadget, the tracing gadget, is left somewhere and the motorbike went away. So that tells you how organized this crime is. Madam Speaker, during our very peaceful demonstrations, we commonly hear the police telling us, flexing their muscles and posturing for no reason, how the work of the police is to protect property and lives of the citizenry. Madam Speaker, when it comes to boda riders, such statements that we only hear during mandamanos fizzle in the air, and our people get killed without recourse. And we ask ourselves, where are the police during such periods? Madam Speaker, 2 weeks ago, and this was in the news, a DCI officer was gunned down by thugs in some estate within Eastlands 2 weeks ago. And 2 days ago, the police managed to trace the suspect and gunned him down. So that tells you how sophisticated our police are, to a degree that they can arrest everybody, whether you do your crime in the night or you do it in the day. They have the capacity and the wherewithal to do so. But then there comes a laxity when it is not one of their own. Just because a fellow police officer was killed, they had to return fire with fire. But when a boda rider is killed, the police all of a sudden goes dumb, and we don't hear from them again. So we are challenging the police. The same way they tell us during our most peaceful demonstrations that their work is to protect lives and property, why can't they act on the same manner, in the same fashion, when our boda riders are subjected to this inhumane treatment, Madam Speaker? We understand, and this cannot be exhaustively underscored, the impotence of boda sector in this country. Thousands and thousands of would-be unemployed youths have something to rely on. They provide livelihood to several families across the country. They can feed their families, they can take their children to school, they can, carry out, they can build their homes and do everything using that little boda pennies, Madam Speaker. And therefore, we want to advocate through the police that let them also concentrate on the lives all of our border riders, because they matter so much to us, just like the police also matter to us in this country, Madam Speaker. And for that, I thank Madam Honorable Lemase once again, and I thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gerard. The Honorable Omboko Milemba, member for Emuhaya. Please try to trace the Honorable Omboko. He decided to sit in a place where he normally doesn't sit.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I also decided to sit here and queue so that also the honorable members can understand even that us in the panel do queue. And thank you for this chance that you are giving me. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Mercy for having brought this adjournment motion. The adjournment motion deals with a matter that relates to every Kenyan and in the whole country. It's a national matter that at one time, the main conduit of money to the villages and the local places were teachers, whom I represent. But along the way, that sector was taken over by Boda Boda. Currently, Boda Boda are the ones who lead in terms of the economy in the rural areas, rural setup. But this sector is having its own share of challenges. In the adjournment motion, Honorable Mercy creates certain specific issues which I would wish that are addressed. That is attaching the killing of Boda Boda riders to borrowing of money or getting loans in form of motor bicycles from a certain group of lenders whom one of the members has mentioned. And she goes on to even indicate that there's a particular motorbike by the name Bajaj Boxer, which seems to be an attractive motorbike, which when you have, you are working with a dangerous tool that can even make you be hunted for as a rider. And therefore, the crux of the matter is that in this case, we must investigate, number one, the lenders who give out the motorcycles, particularly Bajaj Boxer. We then also have to investigate the security agencies in Busia, including the DC, DCC, police, OCPD, because they must be part and parcel of this syndicate. When you look at the adjournment motion, Honorable Speaker, this is a syndicate operating in Busia, which must be cracked. To crack it, you must make serious intervention, including transfers of security agencies in that particular area, and an investigation to the lenders. The lenders of Boda Boda, especially the one that was mentioned, is an institution that we are not sure whether it is licensed to actually lend money and motor bicycles to Boda Boda, because the rates of lending are very, very high. The terms are very, very strict. The payments are very, very harsh. And the condition of lending is also very, very insecure for the Boda Boda. It is tailored in such a manner, Honorable Speaker, that you must fail to pay. So when you are seen like you are almost paying, my friend, you are dealt with. And that is what the syndicate that Honorable Mercy is actually talking about. And that has to be cracked. I hope the security agencies are listening to this. So we go for the lenders. They are the ones who are planning with those whom they can to actually get these people killed so that they get back the motorcycles and resell them. It reminds me of Merchant of Venice. Yeah? So this is the kind of scenario we are dealing. So let's investigate who are these brokers, not brokers, but actually Shylocks who are dealing with this matter. I also want to indicate that we should then mitigate again by bringing some safety nets in the Boda Boda sector. We need to create a system within government that will give the Boda Boda riders safe loans, easy loans, cheap loans. When we talk of the cooperative system, where's the Minister for Cooperative? I hope he's listening to me. This is an organized group of people, Boda Boda, who should be given the loans. I want to thank, now that I see the yellow light is on, I want to thank the Boda Boda leadership of my own county, Vihiga, led by their chairman called Junior, and also led by the local chairman called Alex Ehuya. Because what they did was to create a cooperative, and Mary and Marcy can borrow from this. So within the cooperative, the Bora Bora, as they were assisted by the governor and ourselves, they are able now to actually lend the riders the motorcycles, and not getting it from WITU or other agencies that are actually the ones that are killing your people, Honorable Mercy, and other Kenyans. Finally, the border leadership and structure should be respected, because
Thank you very much, Honorable Omboko Milemba, and also a great teacher representative in the House. The next opportunity goes to the Honorable Phyllis Barto, member for Moiben.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add my voice on this debate brought by Honorable Emase on the issue of border. Madam Speaker, the border is a big constituency in Kenya, and they play a very important role, Madam Speaker. It is unfortunate that such atrocities are meted on these very important members of our society. Madam Speaker, the so-called Shylocks who purport to give these borders money, and then they follow up again to go and take away the borders, is a very bad practice, Madam Speaker. You find that is where the border, that is their source of livelihood. Madam Speaker, they run a 24-hour economy in most spaces which they occupy. And they are doing that to fend for their families. They pay school fees. They provide food on the table for their families. They support the Kenyan economy, Madam Speaker. And it is unfortunate when they are killed, just the way it's happening in Teso. Madam Speaker, it's not only in that part of Kenya, but it is a problem which is felt in the entire part of Kenya, Madam Speaker. You find that I propose that this industry should be supported, Madam Speaker. They should be put into circles so that they can improve on, so that they can get a genuine source of capital in order to buy the borders. Madam Speaker, they should also be provided with a clean working environment. For example, most of the borders in my constituency operate in open spaces where they don't have shelter. In case it rains, they are rained on. They don't even have social amenities like washrooms, Madam Speaker. So in line with regulating or trying to improve their social livelihood, such issues should be looked into and addressed. For example, we should look at the medical insurance. Madam Speaker, you find that whenever they get involved in accidents, Madam Speaker, some of them don't have a provincial for medical cover. And they end up getting frustrated. You find that in some hospitals in Kenya, there is a specific ward where the border men and women who have been injured are just kept there at the mercy of their families to go and fundraise, to get money, to come and pay for their medication. So the government should look at ensuring that the border industry is insured so that those people just benefit like the teachers, like any other civil servant in Kenya, because they play a very important role. And I would wish that this debate doesn't just end here, but it is escalated to higher levels so that this industry is regularized in a structured way, because the border is a big industry. it is even a constituency, and I'm sure some of the honorable members in this house were beneficiaries of border borders for them to get elected to get seats. We even have situations where some members just use the border borders guys to secure seats in parliament. And I would urge Honorable Madam Emase to take this debate, to take this motion to the next level so that something bigger comes out of it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Professor Barto. The Honorable John Mutunga, member for Tigania West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I was getting worried because it appears like you are just going to adjourn the House. But let me say a few things. I do not want to underscore the importance of the sector because we know it is really, really important. And even the role that this border industry plays, I want just to speak on in the context of being hustlers. These are the real hustlers we have in this country. And they have an opportunity to earn a living, and earn a living in a very, tedious way. It's not a very comfortable job. It's extremely tedious because they work overtime, they work throughout the day and sometimes even at night, and they carry strangers, they carry people. They have easy transport in this country. So having them operating without danger is really important. And Honourable Speaker, I would like to say that just like any other Kenyan, they are protected under our Constitution, Article 626, subsection 3. They have the right to live. Not only that, Honourable Speaker, no one should feel scared of engaging or investing in any business. From what we are hearing, Honourable Speaker, from the Honourable Masses, motion, that first of all they start with bicycles, then motorcycles. Next they're going to go to cars, and next to buses, matatus and buses, and finally, no one will be safe in this country. It has to be contained now. And to contain this, Honourable Speaker, I want to launch the Kenyan intelligence system, the police intelligence system. It is extremely good. I am sure they know everyone who does everything wrong. And what we need to do, is basically pick these criminals and have the criminals, prosecuted. Honourable Speaker, when it comes to prosecuting such people, the penalties need to be applied in their severest sense to make sure that these people do not go back to do such business again. Business of taking life, business of destroying an industry that is thriving, and business of intimidating a people who are trying to earn a decent living through hard work. Honourable Speaker, we have enough personnel, police personnel. Indeed, sometimes back, the former head of states confirmed that we have reached the UN standards in terms of police allocation. We have a minimum of 450, one policeman to 450 civilians. That being the case, we should be able to deploy police force adequately and in a manner that it is able to contain some of these incidents happening. I have the idea that Honourable Speaker, instead of having most of them on the road being under traffic, and we do not have serious crimes along the highways, we could have some of them, patrolling these areas and finding out exactly what's happening to follow up some of these criminals. The penalties, Honourable Speaker, need to be a little bit more severe to anyone who is apprehended in this particular sector. I want to join my colleagues in saying that we should legislate to protect businesses that are vulnerable to some of these occurrences. But businesses like border, businesses like kiosks, businesses where people need to feel, Kenyans need to feel that they can engage in any business without any fear of being killed by anyone. And Honourable Speaker, the issue of Shylock, which has been spoken to largely by many members in this House, has a relationship with disappearance of these motorcycles. Honourable Speaker, that's where we should emphasize when it comes to investigations to ensure that we do not have such people following up the people they have already given loans so that they are killed and then these motorbikes disappear. Honourable Speaker, I support the effort of my sister Mary Emase, Honourable Mary Emase, in this particular respect. And I want to learn what my colleagues have said, that we should actually move this further to legislation so that we can protect all the vulnerable businesses. We can come up with a list of vulnerable businesses and develop mechanisms of protecting the rule legislation. That is part of the why we are here in this particular house, to protect everyone in Kenya. And when we find vulnerability in any particular place, we need to rein into it and do what is required of us. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Dr. Mutunga. And thank you all members who have debated, and congratulations to the Honourable Mary Emasi. Honourable members, and the time now being 5 minutes past 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 26th day of September 2023 at 2:30 p.m.